The 2024 Bossies pre-show is brought to you by Grubb Music, available on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, and other major music platforms. Follow Grubb Music on X at @AaronMGrubb, on Blue Sky at aaronGrubb.bsky.social, and on Instagram at @AaronGrubbMusic. And Read Only Magazine, a biannual retro gaming publication that delves into the art and passion surrounding classic video games. Follow Read Only Magazine on Instagram at Read Only Magazine. Visit readonlymagazine.com for more info. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 Bossies pre-show event, presented by Boss Rush Media and the Boss Rush Network. I'm one of your hosts for the evening, Celeste Roberts, contributor to and co-editor of Read Only Magazine.
And I am Andre Wilson. I am a content creator and proud contributor to the Boss Rush family of podcasts. We are honored to host the 2024 Bossies pre-show as we celebrate the games, platforms, and communities that have brought us all together.
Tonight's main event is a tribute to our shared love for incredible stories, unforgettable characters, and boundless creativity. From the music that inspires us and the levels that challenge us, to the groundbreaking AAA titles, innovative indie games and their creators, to the fiercest villains, the greatest heroes, and even the most unlikely companions, we're here to celebrate it all. But before we dive into the festivities, let's take a moment to reflect on the remarkable growth of Boss Rush and its vibrant community over the past 5 years.
For many, content creation can feel very overwhelming, let me tell you. Questions like, where do I start? Or what tools do I need? What should I focus on? Often pop up as we listen to podcasts, scroll through Instagram, scroll through TikTok, and everything else, or watch our favorite creators on YouTube and Twitch. The Boss Rush community has provided that support and guidance as we explore and tap into our own creativity. So Celeste, there's something I don't know about you, is how did you get involved with Boss Rush?
All right, so I was asked to discuss some new PlayStation games with Ed and Corey in the summer of 2020. And then I began helping with Nintendo POW Block and 1v1, the creator interview series. And I also helped Ed host Talk the Walk, a walking sim and virtual novel series. How about you, Andre? How did you get involved?
Well, for me, I'm a big podcast guy, and when I was a really big Destiny player, I was kind of scrolling through podcasts, and I saw this one podcast called Tower Casuals, and I was like, sure, I'll listen to that. And then from there, I listened. I binged a lot of the episodes, and then I found Corey and Josh on socials. I reached out and said, hey, I'm a fan of the podcast. And then we connected, and then we started playing Destiny. And then from there, the rest is honestly history. And that's kind of how I'm here, is through the love of gaming. So it's kind of a beautiful full circle moment.
I love that. And so speaking of gaming, what is the first video game you remember playing, and did you ever complete it?
Jogging this memory is real fun. The first game that I can honestly really picture that I played, I probably played a lot more before, but I can't recall them. But the one that always stuck out to me and kind of still does is, if anyone knows the game I'm talking about, you'll understand the reason. It's called Legend of Dragoon. It was for the PlayStation 1. And I have told myself and many other friends of mine that PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, PC, Xbox, every other console, this game is my all-time favorite game I've ever played. I've gotten to the ending of the game multiple times, but then when I get to the final boss, I will just restart the game with a new party because I just love the journey so much. It has 4 discs. and I've gotten through all 4 deaths probably like 3 times, and then I'll get to the end and go, well, time to start over again, and I'll just restart it. And it's from the soundtrack to the story to the combat, all-time favorite game. If anyone is out there and they worked on it, please remake it. That's all I'm asking. Please.
And you completed it.
So I've never beaten this game only, and it makes sense to me, but I think it's a beautiful thing. I've never beaten this game because I never want it to end. Does that make sense? Like I've gotten to the final boss so many times, and then I've always been like, I don't want this to end, so I'll just restart it. And I could go back to any of my save files and I could beat it, but I'm like, I don't want this to ever end. So I hold that in my heart, and I'm like, I might beat it one day, but right now it's kind of living rent free in my heart.
I love that. I love hearing stories like that.
Yeah, I think it's cute, but I've told some friends and they're like, just beat the game. And I'm like, I can't. But speaking of games, what's a game that came out that was all the rave for everyone, but you tried it and you were like, not the game for me, and you maybe got like questioned, like, oh my god, why don't you think it's good? Like, have you ever had a game come out that worldwide it's very like hyped, but then you were like, meh, it's okay?
Oh gosh, putting me on the spot, Andre. People are gonna come out with pitchforks.
All the torches.
Oh my goodness. Well, I don't know if it's fair. I don't know if this answers your question or falls into the category. But I have actually never played a traditional Pokemon game. My 2 younger sisters are huge Pokemon fans. I played Pokemon Stadium. I played Pokemon Snap. And I would watch them play on their Game Boy Colors. But I just have not played a traditional one. And my husband's like, you got to try. Come on, I think you would like it. But I used to watch the cartoon. It's not that, I don't know if it was overhyped, just didn't speak to me. But
fair.
But Andre, based on our conversation, I think we've both been involved in this community for a long time, both Boss Rush and the gaming community. And I can tell that we're both big fans of the people in this community.
Yes.
So I have turned to acting as more of an occasional guest and a sideline supporter. And I continue to see so many kind, passionate, and fun people involved in the Boss Rush community. And that's honestly what drew me in when I first was invited to record with Corey and Ed. And it's why I consider so many folks my good friends.
I think for me, again, when I reached out to Corey and Josh, I think nowadays, people in gaming, it's a little different than how it was back then. And I just think the one thing that drew me into the Boss Rush family as a whole is when I did my first episode, everyone was just super kind. We all had a lot in common, and there was no like negativity as how I noticed there is today with gaming. It's when you find people that can just vibe with you about certain games. Nowadays, it's very rare to find that. I find it's very rare to find someone who, say, if we have different opinions, we can still be friends and not be like, oh, well, you're silly for thinking that, right? So I think that's what drew me in, especially with Josh and Corey, is just like having a social group of just people who think like me with gaming.
It's awesome. It's awesome. What do you think the community is going to say about all this?
I think the community will agree. It might just be me, but I just think when a new game is like coming out, I see a lot of negative comments on like socials, but whenever I see Boss Rush people talk about it, it's like a ray of sunshine and not just a cloud of rain. And I'm like, that's why you're my people.
I am so excited to be a part of this Boss Rush community of people in this game industry, professionals, streamers, content creators, people who just love games. The Boss Rush community has connected so many people, given so many people a platform, told so many wonderful stories about, our lives as people that love video games. And again, I'm just so happy to be a part of that community and being able to contribute back on a night like this means the world to me.
For me, the Boss Rush community is like family. It was at PAX West, I believe it was. Yeah, it was at PAX West. And I was there by myself. And they treated me like family. They invited me to hang out with them. And it was really fun. And I'll never forget that. And always be grateful for the fact that they treat me like family and always continue to treat me like family. And it's one of the reasons I like going to PAX is to see my Boss Rush family.
I would like to thank the people in this community and in my life to have brought me to this position. And I am forever grateful for them.
Thank you to the entire community for being there for WASD and beyond since we first started. You guys really pushed us and drove us to continue to make content when it didn't seem feasible to make content a lot of the time. You guys have been the best since day one, and we greatly appreciate that. And something we'll never forget, and the friendship will always keep, I hope.
I want to say thank you to the Boss Rush community for being an amazing voice for the world of games, nerd culture, and bringing people together. You have great connections with the development community, your team, and also the world of games. What you bring together with Boss Rush and the other podcasting communities is amazing. I'm so happy to be part of the Boss Rush culture.
Boss Rush community, you guys are amazing. I mean, look, you guys, if it wasn't for you, this wouldn't be happening. And the Bossies and all these boss keys that are being handed out and all these games that have been reviewed, looked at, and covered, all are empowered. You know, the team at Boss Rush is empowered by you. And I just want to say thank you guys, and let's keep it going. I'm looking forward to the 2025 Bossies.
I just want to give a shout out to the Boss Rush crew. They were all great. Hanging out at PAX again was wonderful. Having Stephanie on the panel and being my opposition, ton of fun. You know, we'll see how that competition went out, but still great competitors. Fantastic podcast. Listen every week to multiple shows. I love Boss Rush, and I hope you all do as well.
So I'm so thankful to be a part of the Boss Rush community. Everyone is so wonderful, and I've had so much fun anytime that I've engaged with the community or been a part of the show. So thanks to everyone out there.
Boss Rush Network is the definition of a great podcast and community network of gamers and geeks and just all those kind of things that we love. And the community is a perfect reflection of that. I love the Boss Rush Network.
The Boss Rush community and group of content creators that they have under their umbrella are some of the best around. They've been kind and generous to me and Nick and myself specifically, even back in the days of Diggity, which was my podcast prior to this. And they've been there pretty much since the beginning and have been welcoming. The community is fantastic. They always engage with us whenever we post anything. Just truly some of the kindest people out there, and we're blessed to have them in our lives.
Man, what is there I guess to not say? I feel like Boss Rush is what I want so many people to find and it's what I want people to think about when they think of gaming communities, you know, people who are totally passionate freaks about weird games and who disagree a lot but still come together and do it anyway. It's the place that I tell people to go for insights on gaming and to get a broad sort of swath of perspectives and a lot of like really informed people who I don't know there's no way that I could keep up with it in the way that people at Boss Rush do, but I feel really like it's a special place, and it's grown in a really, really awesome way, at least since I've been following. So cheers to many more.
So this community, like you said, Andre, and as we've heard from the amazing people that have just contributed, it's always been a place of encouragement. Fresh ideas are embraced. Individuals are celebrated for who they are, and every unique experience is valued. It's also helping inspire a new generation of gamers to just be themselves, to share their passion for games, just as we did when we first picked up our first controller and immerse ourselves in the worlds of our favorite characters, letting our imagination soar.
I agree. I agree. Watching kids discover the magic of video games today might be different from when we were growing up, and that's fair. I can personally say watching my kids get into gaming now is a really cool full circle experience. Whether they're mastering the tricky jump in Astrobot or Mario, or fighting the victory for the first place in Fortnite, or my personal favorite, conquering a master raid in Destiny, these milestones are always worth celebrating.
I agree. And if you don't believe us, see for yourself in this segment presented by the kids of Boss Rush.
So, hi, I'm Derek, and one of my favorite moments in gaming this year was OG Chapter 1 season of Fortnite released. That very much inspired me because that's when I started playing with my dad, and I really loved it. One of my other favorite moments from Fortnite is when they remixed Chapter 2, which was very interesting because they added a bunch of collabs like Snoop Dogg. Also, I started to join my school's esports team. You could pick between Mario Kart or Smash, and I picked Super Smash Brothers because I really love it. My main is, it's like, I forget what the name is. It's the Ice Climbers. I love the Ice Climbers, and I'm really good at like their tornado move. I'm really good at that. So for the past month and a half I've been doing it. We're having our first official match in January. I really like to play Roblox because it's multiple games in one. So like, let's say I'm not really feeling a shooter game. I can also play just like a fun role play game, anything really. I can also create worlds. It's so like creative, and it's kind of like a really good version of Scratch, which is what we use at our school. Yeah, that's probably my top 3 games of the year.
Hello, my name's Cole. One of my favorite games is Roblox. I play it with my friend. His name's Leo. I play Minecraft with him. I play Fortnite with him. I did like Halo a little bit because I used to do a lot of stories with my brother, and that's probably mostly all my favorite games. I like some different crochet YouTubers. I like Nick, he's a cooking YouTuber, and I do like a little bit Mr. Beast, a little bit. I like Xbox, and I want to get a PlayStation and an Oculus. Video games help. It helps calm people down. Like, it helps me, like, different games can help me calm down, and I can play with my friends, like, a lot. And there's a lot of different, like, games that people make, and a lot of really good games.
Hi there, my name's Stephanie, and this is...
Nikolai!
Nikolai, how old are you?
9.00111.
Now, Nikolai, what do you like about video games?
I like about video games that people have such creative ideas. One person even made a replica. You can buy it on Amazon if you want. Yeah, and also, like Mario Kart, that you get a race, and there's so many cool details you can play. Yeah. And also other games, some wholesome games, and the indie directs are also part of the game industry.
How do you know about wholesome games and the indie direct?
Because I learned about the industry of video games, that they make over 2 times the one as the films from the movie. Isn't that a cool fact? That means they made over $99.6 million.
Don't fact check that.
It's true.
Let's end with a quick debate. Who is the superior Mario brother?
I know who the superior Mario brother is. It's Mario.
Luigi.
Mario.
Luigi.
Mario.
Luigi! Luigi can jump higher.
Mario is tougher.
Ah, well, Luigi might be a scaredy cat, but he overcomes his fears.
No, he doesn't. Mario's the strongest, and he can do that.
So the debate shall continue, but until then, cheers, and
until then, Mario's the best.
Hi, I'm Maddie, and I really like Rosalina. That's Peach, Daisy, and Pauline, and Toadette from Mario Kart and Mario Party, and all the Mario games that we played so far. And I also like that Yoshi game where you have to go to dark, spooky caves and you have to try to get a key so you can pass it, then go to another level. Sometimes my dad wakes me up when he does his podcasts.
What's your favorite game to play? Elsa Anna. Why do you think playing games is so much fun?
Because I did the math.
What's the funniest thing that happened while you were playing a game?
I guess I'm naughty. I'm naughty. I am naughty. I'm naughty on it.
If you could make up a game, what would your game be about? It would be a Barbie Dreamhouse game. What's your favorite game to play?
My favorite game in the whole entire world is to play Roblox. Whenever I'm like playing a funny Roblox game and I see something really funny, I laugh to it a lot.
Who do you like playing games with the most?
My mom, because it's always fun to stream with her a lot.
If you could make up a game, what would it be about?
It would be about like puppies, kittens, like cute animals.
Why do you think playing games is so much fun?
Because if you're really bored at home and you don't know what to do and you don't really like playing with your toys a lot, you could just ask an adult to play it on electronic and then you have a lot of fun.
Tell me who your favorite Mario character is.
Bowser Jr.
Bowser Jr.? Why?
Because I like him. Yoshi is green.
Who are his friends?
Yoshi and Yoshi.
Which one's your favorite?
This one.
Yeah? Why?
Because I like him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play Mario Kart now.
You want to play Mario Kart now?
Yeah.
You know what, Celeste? Sometimes I still feel like these kids do, and I'm an adult, which is crazy. As we wrap up this pre-show, let's take a moment to reflect on some of the team's favorite moments and highlights from 2024.
The team had an incredible year, and some of the highlights I'm thinking of are attending PAX East, PAX West together, many for the first time. Many of the community and the members of Boss Rush, this is their first time at those events, and they got to meet their favorite developers and their creators. They conducted interviews and so much more. Andre, did anything stick out for you this year?
Yes. I made the heartbreaking call to sell my first gaming PC, and I actually bought a Steam Deck with that money that I sold my PC. And it was very hard for me because that was my first PC I ever built. But then when I got my Steam Deck, I learned to fall in love with handhelds, and from there, I don't think I've stopped playing my Steam Deck a single day. It's right here, and I play it almost every chance I can get, and it's one of the greatest, probably the greatest gaming experience I've had this year so far.
And, you know, I'm going to have to say that Stephanie Klimov probably inspired that decision. I know she loves her Steam Deck.
Hey, it is a great piece of tech, and I couldn't be happier. But what about you, Celeste? Did anything stand out for you?
For me in the community, I would have to say it would be seeing the crew head to the PAX events this year. I know we mentioned it earlier, but I was so happy for them. It felt like I was there virtually. I wanted to give them all a hug. I've seen a few of them in person in real life, and it's so great. Just give everybody a high five and feel their spirit. And it was also just so cool to see them at these PAX events connect with the other creators they support. So let's revisit the team's most cherished moments and milestones of 2024, including one member's full circle moment after almost a decade of content creation.
Wow, 2024 for me. One of my favorite moments is definitely going to PAX East and PAX West, but PAX East of meeting the team. Definitely, and just having those good talks and like the interviews with different developers, and meeting Kim Hawkins, and even meeting Matt Storm for the first time, and other people. Like PAX East was just like everything. And same with PAX West, meeting new people, talking again with the level 1 crew, like after meeting them at PAX East. It's just having a great time. My second one definitely is while at PAX West, going to the trivia night and supporting Stephanie. It was fun to see our friends up there and supporting Stephanie up there. My final favorite thing this year was being able to record Nintendo Power Block with all, just not only Corey, but with other friends like with Cordy, Josh, Frankenstein, and Snurts, and just all of these. It's always a honor and a pleasure. So just those three, everybody, are some of my highlights for 2024, and I'm excited to see what comes for 2025.
2024 has been it's been a great year, I would say, in terms of growth in the Boss Rush, as well as growth in my own personal community. I remember Final Fantasy VII Rebirth coming out, and just being able to see those characters again, and to hear them, and to explore the wonderful world that Final Fantasy VII is. It's like, it was a real magical moment. In terms of some of my other favorite moments, I really enjoyed my time at PAX. I feel like I grew a lot as a creator, and got to meet really amazing people. Like, first off, a lot of us have met each other for the first time, but yet it didn't feel like it was the first time. It felt like we were family, just seeing each other again after maybe just a short hiatus apart. But it was really awesome. It was cool that we were all able to get along, and it was awesome to just meet various people and build up on friendships with people from Toge Productions and Kim Chica, Jenny. Getting to meet her, she was absolutely fantastic, and just other people that we've gotten to know both through PAX East, and then we gotten to know better at PAX West. It's something I've always wanted, was to have friends in a community that love video games as much as I do, and to finally be around those people, it felt good.
I just want to go ahead and just talk about 2024 real quickly. From me playing Tekken 8 to playing the online beta test for Monster Hunter Wilds, and getting excited for a 2025 game, and things like that. All the innovations in hardware, man, what a phenomenal year for handheld PCs, and the shift to mobile PC gaming. I'll be honest with you, as a tech guy and IT person, I was wondering if this was something that was going to work, and I'm pleasantly surprised that it is. It feels like it's here to stay. It's getting more entrenched in gaming community and stuff like that. Yeah, that's definitely a high for me. I have my ROG Ally X, and I've thought about buying a Steam Deck just to say, I want to try the other side of the equation and stuff like that. But it's fun, and I love hardware and tech, and that's been a highlight for me, especially I get to play all these hardcore AAA titles, kicked off in bed, or laying on the floor and whatnot, and not having to worry about a big ass screen and stuff like that. Another one for me, and this is more to my co-hosts. You guys made this a really wonderful year. Year after year, it's always wonderful and stuff like that. But I feel like there was some real magic in 2024. So I love and appreciate you guys, and I love and appreciate just the Boss Rush family and community and stuff like that.
2024 came through in a whirlwind. I've made lots of wonderful memories, and some worth noting that I'm sure you've heard already were my experiences at PAX East and at West. got to hang out with my group of friends, those that I interact with primarily online, so seeing them in person is truly a treat. Despite the way we work and live today, I work from home. I communicate with my Boss Rush community from home. It still does not beat the in-person experience. Being able to collaborate with other content creators and being part of a panel. I was part of a panel for the first time ever. Getting that special guest badge was such a treat, such a delight. Even though definitely not at the same level, but technically I took a screenshot from the PAX West website where I'm in the same grouping as other high-profile people in the gaming industry. The world works in funny ways. Through my second job, I somehow made connections to be able to get in touch with Nick Apostolides. Got to get him on the show here at the Boss Rush podcast and really enjoyed having a conversation with him and just talk about games. So those were some highlights for 2024 for me.
It was just a great year for the team overall. I got to meet my team for the first time, most of them anyway. I met several friends, online friends for the first time. You know, they mean a lot to me. They've meant a lot to me for so long. And the fact that, you know, they're real, tangible people and not just stuck in this little Zencaster window. It really meant a lot that we got to do that. We've got to interview some amazing people like Jeff Gardner and James Montagna. We got to interview Billy Basso, who made one of the biggest indie hits of the year. I got to interview Sean Velasco of Yacht Club, one of the dreams of mine since I started doing this. Shovel Knight is one of my favorite indie games, and I will never, ever thank Celia enough for setting that up. I met a lot of other great people this year, a lot of people that I've looked up to over the years. I met the Nextlander team, Giant Bomb. You know, I think anybody who looks at podcasts or Let's Plays, you can point all the way back to Giant Bomb. The fact that I got to meet them and talk to them, and when Vinny made me do the opening to our podcast, which sounds an awful lot like the Nextlander podcast, I met Lord Cognito, someone I've looked up to for several years at this point. I met Greg Miller for the first time, which was a huge inspiration for me doing content in the first place. That brings me to the biggest moment of 2024 for me personally. For those of you who don't know, my first podcast was the Destiny podcast called DNA Weekly Strike. It ran from 2015 to 20 that I co-hosted with my friend Brian. And Destiny is just a big factor of why I'm here and why, you know, many of you know me in a way. So it was a real full circle moment when the Accolades trailer for The Final Shape came out. Our 5-star review of The Final Shape was featured at the end. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And for us, being a small outlet, for someone who's been trying to do this for 10 years, to finally see something that we did in a trailer like Destiny, a game as big as Destiny, I don't know if that moment's ever gonna be topped, to be honest, in terms of content creation for me. I know that a lot of the developers there, or former developers and employees, have kind of had a rough go of it over the last couple years, and you know, that's kind of seemingly changed the landscape of Bungie. But for me, that moment, that true full circle moment, probably the biggest moment in content creation for me ever.
These are some great moments from the past year, but it doesn't stop here. We're only just getting started. The 2024 Bossies, a celebration of video games, begins in a few short minutes. Andre, it's been a pleasure hosting this pre-show with you.
Celeste, I have had such a great time. I had a lot of fun hosting this with you as well.
Well, everyone, if you'd like to keep up with us, you can follow me on Instagram, Twitter/X, and Blue Sky at FairyCrypt, FAERIECRYPT. You can also check out Read Only Magazine at Read Only Magazine on Instagram and visit readonlymagazine.com. We'd love to read your pitches for future issues and have you enjoy what we have out there right now. What about you, Andre?
YouTube, X/Blue Sky, Instagram, and I believe TikTok as well, at Jedi Master Binks, JediMasterBinkz. On YouTube, there's a lot of Steam Deck stuff, so get prepared. And on Instagram, it's a lot of just kind of my life. As I mentioned, I do photography, so it's a lot of just kind of slice of life stuff. And then on Blue Sky, I'm just trying to just connect with other people.
I think we'll see, each other on different Boss Rush events, and support Boss Rush by heading over to Patreon. That's patreon.com/Boss Rush Network. On behalf of myself, my co-host Andre Wilson, and everyone at the Boss Rush Network, Boss Rush Media, and the Boss Rush community, thank you for joining us for the 2024 Bossies pre-show event. Now, it's time to grab some snacks, drinks, and your loved ones, and enjoy the 2024 Bossies, a celebration of video games. Bye, everyone.
Take care.
Hello everybody, welcome to the 2024 Bossies, a celebration of video games. I am a co-founder and CEO of Boss Rush Media and the Boss Rush Network, Corey Dierig, and tonight we are celebrating the games, the developers, our friends, fellow creators, and colleagues in the industry. Before we get started tonight, I want to thank Celeste and Andre for hosting the pre-show. It was a great event, a lot of work went into it, and a lot of effort went into putting that together, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate both of them for volunteering to do that. It was great. I love them both dearly, and you'll see them a little bit later on in the show. But before the main event happens, I also want to thank everybody else out there who said yes to participating in this year's Bossies. I did the thing where you send out a lot of invitations and thinking half of the people won't respond and half the people will say no. And the overwhelming majority of people said yes. And so I want to thank everybody. This is a big deal for us as a team. This is our second year doing this, and it has become something that we look forward to. We look forward to putting it together. We look forward to voting. We look forward to playing the new games each year to vote on the following year. So I just want to thank everybody, especially the people who are industry veterans who have been doing this professionally for a long time, who could have just ignored the call, and yet here they are helping us, presenting an award or showing off a game or telling us about their top games of the year. It's so appreciative. Our entire team appreciates it. Our entire team thanks you all for being here. The show wouldn't be what it is without you, and I cannot tell you how thankful I am. I hope you enjoyed the pre-show. The main event will begin in just a few minutes, and we'll see you there. Enjoy the 2024 Bossies, a celebration of video games.
Yo, that's the homie Sonic. I'm Nellie, former co-host of Crossroads, the PlayStation podcast. You can catch me on X, Planet Nellie, N3LLIE. You can also catch me on Blue Sky under Planet Nellie, N3LLIE. And you can also catch me on Twitch, Bradface_87. One of the biggest highlights for me would be meeting the Boss Rush crew at PAX West. I always felt like we were close, but meeting them in person, that was awesome. Another big highlight for me of this year would be meeting the cast for Red Dead Redemption, and also playing Red Dead Redemption 2 because I did not play it when it was first released. I want to give a big shout out to Corey, Stephanie, and David, and all of the Boss Rush crew for inviting me to do this video. And I will see y'all on the other side in 2025.
Hi, I'm Galutrad.
And I'm Becs.
And we are the hosts of another Pokemon podcast, and you're watching the Bossies. Becs, do you want to talk about your favorite gaming experience of 2024?
Yeah, so my experience came a little late this year. It came with the release of Infinity Nikki.
which I have been playing every single day since it came out on my PlayStation.
Yeah, and mine was the release of Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which I thoroughly enjoyed. The return to 2D Zelda and the puzzle aspects and traveling the world of Hyrule on the flying tile. Best Echo in the game. All right, enjoy the Bossies.
Hey guys, I'm Justin Scerbo from QuitRate.io, your premier destination to find game recommendations from other players just like you. And I'm excited to be here as part of the Bossies 2024. We were lucky enough to meet Corey and Steph and the gang at PAX East 2023, where we were exhibiting there, and we had all of the attendees of the show floor come through, take their gaming profile, figure out what other gamers are like them and what they were enjoying on the show floor. It was an awesome experience, and afterwards we got to spend some time with Corey, Steph, and the gang on the Boss Rush podcast, where we got to talk about the experience, and it was just awesome. But the question for now is, what were my top 3 experiences this year? Definitely got to be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Me and the gang really loved our time with Helldivers 2, but above all else, it had to be Astrobot. That game is amazing, and I absolutely love it. Thank you so much, Corey and Steph and everyone, for inviting us to be a part of the Bossies 2024, and we look forward to seeing what you guys do next year.
Hello everybody, welcome to the 2024 Bossies, a celebration of video games presented by Boss Rush Media and the Boss Rush Network. I'm your host, Corey Deering, and alongside me tonight are some of my best friends, colleagues, fellow creators, developers, and many others who have inspired us along the way. We have an incredible show lined up for you tonight, packed with the games you voted on as some of the best in 2024 in storytelling, design, performance, community, and more. And of course, we'll reveal which game will take home the big boss key for Boss Rush Game of the Year. Before we head into the celebration, let's take a moment to introduce the Boss Rush team who will be hosting tonight's festivities. Stephanie Klimov, Vice President of Media Relations for Boss Rush Media and the Boss Rush Network, and a host of the Boss Rush podcast and Spotlight interviews. David Lasby, Vice President of Editorial for Boss Rush Media and Editor-in-Chief of the Boss Rush Network and BossRush.net. Edward Varnell, Co-founder and Nintendo Content Director for Boss Rush Media and host of Nintendo Pow Block. LaRon Dawkins, Vice President of Culture, Director of Technology for Boss Rush Media, and the host of the Boss Rush Podcast and Boss Rush After Dark. Josh Finney, Xbox and Destiny 2 Content Director at Boss Rush Media and host of Xbox Casuals and Tower Casuals, the Destiny podcast. Patrick Klein, Director of Developer Outreach and host of Boss Rush Video Game Book Club and the Boss Rush Podcast. Matthew Keel, podcast host for Boss Rush Media and part of the Boss Rush Podcast and Boss Rush After Dark teams. We're here to celebrate our shared passion for games with our friends, fans, creators, and developers from around the globe in a way we believe an award show should be done. The trailers we show tonight have been handpicked by our team to highlight some of our favorite games of the year, as well as some of the amazing developers and publishers we've met along the way.
One of our primary goals at Boss Rush this year was to unify our teams and align our vision. We've worked hard to ensure that our video and podcast team, social media team, and writing team are working together as a cohesive unit, sharing the same goals, upholding the same work ethic, and developing a consistent message.
Tonight, members of our writing staff will join us to present and co-host each segment, reinforcing our message of unity. While not all of our talented writers could be here for this special night, we want them to know how deeply they are valued. Their dedication and creativity are a major reason we've accomplished so much this year. Now, let's meet the incredible writers from Boss Rush who are joining us tonight.
Hi, this is Anna from Anna Likes Words. I'm a staff writer here at Boss Rush and been asked to speak about why the writing team is so special. So I've been a part of a lot of really amazing things in nerd culture over the last, my entire life. And there's something just super unique about writing for Boss Rush. Every single person who comes to write for us has a passion, whether it's for TTRPGs, scroller games, whether it's just being a fan of things in general. And so being surrounded by so many passionate people who are writing because they love something is infectious. It makes me want to do better. It makes me want to write more. It makes me want to explore genres that I normally wouldn't have explored before. It's truly an honor to be here with everybody and truly an honor to have been asked to speak today.
Hi, my name is Sophie Bayen. I go by he, him pronouns. I am a junior writer here at Boss Rush, and what makes the writing team special to me is how I'm able to express some of my specific niche opinions on video games to a general audience, some conversations that I thought I'd never have with other people to finally happen, and I'm very honored to be a part of this.
Hi, my name is Josh Martinez. I've been here at Boss Rush as a copy editor for about 2 years. I came across Boss Rush on Twitter one day and decided to send in an application to apply. And I've been writing about entertainment, RPGs. Every now and then you might catch a wrestling article from me on the website, which is a big passion of mine. So you can follow me over on Twitter at jmartinez064 and catch me in the Boss Rush Discord.
Hi everyone, I'm Mary Helen Norris, and I have the privilege of being one of the senior writers and copy editors for Boss Rush. I've been with the team for over 2 years and love covering indie games and entertainment pieces. My favorite types of games are farming sims and RPGs, but I'm always open to finding new favorites. Thanks to a LinkedIn post, I found Boss Rush, and over the years I've been blessed to make some dear friends with my fellow teammates here at Boss Rush.
Hi everybody, I'm Shane Kelly, also known as Still Saying Shane. I've been a senior writer for Boss Rush for over 3 years. I've been gaming for well over 30 years, and being a part of Boss Rush Network amplifies my passion for games and writing, giving me a platform to share my ideas and fuel my interests. In a world that is sometimes not always welcoming, I know I can find my self-worth, positivity, and community amongst the talented individuals I call my friends here. If this is what you seek, you will find that and much more. I hope you enjoy the show.
Hi, I'm Block, a former copy editor at Boss Rush, now a contributor, usually doing reviews and news stories, and occasionally on podcasts and other series on the website. You can find me at Block's Gaming Reviews on most social media. I'm currently on X, Facebook. You can mostly find me on YouTube, Block's Gaming Reviews, where I do a series of videos on Trash or Treasure, where I look at good games and bad games and those in between to see exactly where they fall. I also do horror games every single year, and a video game anthology on Final Fantasy is still being worked on. I also like to cover RPGs in my spare time.
Right. Hi, my name is Yari C, and I'm a member of Boss Rush Media. I am one of our associate writers as well as a member of our social media team. My favorite things to write about are actually match 3 games, deck builders, and roguelites. I got involved because I was looking to grow my writing skills and saw a job post on LinkedIn, interviewed and got in. One of the things I really love about Boss Rush is the camaraderie that we built. There are several mentors that I have, several people who I know I can go to bounce off ideas, and just the ways that I've grown in my skill as a writer.
Video games have come a long way from being seen as simple entertainment for kids. Today, they transcend generations, offering experiences that not only entertain, but also challenge and inspire gamers of all ages. They've become a universal medium for creativity, innovation, and storytelling.
More than just entertainment, video games connect us with people across the world. They allow us to explore incredible new worlds, experience unforgettable stories, and bond with friends, no matter the distance. The power to bring people together is what makes gaming such a unique and meaningful art form.
Video games push us to think critically, solve puzzles, and tackle complex challenges. Whether it's working out the perfect strategy to beat a tough boss or finding a moment of escape during life's toughest days, games help us navigate life's storms and emerge stronger.
Gaming isn't just about playing, it's about connection. The shared experiences in games create lifelong memories and strengthen friendships in ways few other mediums can. Whether you're gaming in the same room or online, these moments bring people closer together in truly special ways.
Tonight, we're here to honor the developers, artists, writers, and creators who crafted this year's incredible games. Their passion and dedication continue to inspire us all, and tonight we celebrate the impact of their hard work and creativity.
But this night isn't just about the award winners. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to every game developer, content creator, and publisher who poured their passion into the industry this year. Your work drives this medium forward, inspiring countless players and creators.
On behalf of the Boss Rush Network leadership team and Boss Rush Media, thank you for joining us tonight. We've come so far in just 1 year, and it wouldn't be possible without the support of our friends, fans, colleagues, and the amazing work of the developers themselves. Here's to all of you and a brighter future for the gaming industry.
Now, without further ado, it's time to kick off the 2024 Bossies, a celebration of video games. Enjoy the show.
We cannot start the Bossies without acknowledging the continued plight regarding the layoffs and studio closures in the video game industry. In 2024 alone, there were well over 14,000 jobs relinquished from hardworking employees around the globe, a staggering number that far exceeded those in 2023.
Last year, we all held on to hope that the wave of layoffs in our industry would come to an end. Sadly, those struggles continued. Many talented individuals lost their jobs, sometimes even right after the releases of their games.
It's heartbreaking to think that so many dedicated developers have lost their dream jobs due to factors like poor budgeting, unrealistic expectations, or unfortunate circumstances beyond their control.
In the midst of all the excitement surrounding new game releases, the Boss Rush community recognizes the losses developers have experienced, with a lot of them falling on the backs of a publisher's so-called victories.
We understand that the brilliance of video games lies not just in the final product, but in the people who bring them to life. Developers, actors, designers, and countless others are the crux of this industry, and their passion drives the art form.
Sometimes these situations can feel overwhelming by those affected, but together as a community we can offer vital support until the industry finds its footing.
Finally, to all those who have been affected by these layoffs, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude. Your contributions do not go unnoticed. We see you and we stand with you during these challenging times.
Thank you for delivering our favorite experiences that most take for granted. We hope you all land on your feet soon.
Thank you.
Stephanie, one of the most read and hotly contested articles on bossrush.net is one that debated whether video games are art. Regardless of your stance on the matter, there is no doubt that there is an art to creating a game, from its conception phase to that first pixel to every last note on a soundtrack.
That's right, David. The visual style and music that accompanies us is the secret sauce to full immersion in a game. They carry us through the emotional story beats and cause the hairs on our back of our necks to stand on end. The best part is that there is a massive variety of experiences that await us when we pick up that controller, and the winners of the following categories are shining examples.
What makes storytelling in games truly great is the unique blend of narrative and interactivity. Unlike movies, TV shows, or books, games allow us to actively shape the experience rather than just observe. Each choice, action, and moment impacts the journey, making us integral to what's happening next in its story. Characters feel more personal, the worlds we explore become our own, and the emotional connections run deeper. In games, storytelling isn't static. It evolves with our every decision, offering a unique experience that only the gaming medium can provide. Now let's dive into the nominees for Best Storytelling.
Pretty good idea.
Destiny 2: The Final Shape by Bungie. Final Fantasy VII: Rebirth by Creative Business Unit 1 and Square Enix. Metaphor: Refantasio by Studio Zero and Atlas. Neva by Nomada Studio. Silent Hill 2 by Bloober Team.
You loved her, didn't you?
And the boss key goes to Metaphor: Refantasio by Studio Zero and Atlas.
I might end the strife and discrimination that plagued our people across nigh endless years.
A land grotesque as its people. Let us speak of the old vulture's last grasp at power. The tournament for the throne.
Hi, I'm Trina Smith. I'm with the Gamerheads podcast, and you can find us at gamerheadspodcast.com. I met the Boss Rush community when I attended PAX for the first time back in August, and I'm super excited to be here.
And my name is Roger Reichardt, also with the Gamerheads podcast, and I first met the Boss Rush Network at PAX East 2 years ago, and we became good friends. So we're really happy to be here.
We are thrilled to be here at the 2024 Bossies to present the Boss Key for Best Art Direction. While the debate over whether video games are art may linger, we can all agree that some titles amaze us with visual styles so unique they stay in our minds forever.
The video game industry gives developers the freedom to flex their creative muscles, offering boundless art styles that can drive a story forward or leave us breathless. Whether it's hand-drawn, cel-shaded, or so realistic that it pulls us into full immersion, the Boss Rush community worked hard to ensure a diverse lineup of nominees for Best Art Direction. And now, without further ado, here are the nominees for Best Art Direction.
Evil Dimer has returned.
Arzette, The Jewel of Faramore by CDI Software.
Neva by Nomada Studios.
Survive the attack.
Metaphor: Refantasio by Studio Zero and Atlas.
Complex.
If we don't hurry and find a way to get...
Black Myth Wukong by Game Science.
Visions of Mana by Oka Studios and Square
Offer
Enix.
their soul to the goddess. An Olm must journey to the mana tree. The mana of the world is replenished through that Olm sacrifice.
And the Boss Key goes to
The villagers plead to be spared, but I know better than to confront a human.
Metaphor: Refantasio by Studio Zero and Atlas.
It was the first village to be destroyed by the human menace. I will show you truth, the truth of reality.
I suppose it's only a matter of time until Luis takes the throne. Heed me, O kingless.
Hey y'all, it's Ben Kvalo, the CEO of Midwest Games. It's been so inspirational seeing indie games take center stage across the industry. 2024 was a crazy year for games, and for us as well. We released 4 games this year: The Lullaby of Life, Hive Jump 2 Survivors, Duck Paradox, and Dark Sky. And announced 3 more. Floor is What? The Legend of Babu, and Tomb Water. This is just the start. Truly, great games can come from anywhere, and we can't wait to continue to show that in 2025.
Hello, I am Chris Bergman. I am the founder and CEO of Gylee Games. We are working on a 4-player co-op beat 'em up called Rah Rah Boom. Please wishlist it on Steam. Corey asked me to guest on his podcast called Boss Rush, and it's wonderful and it's amazing. And then we hung out at PAX East, and then he played Rah Rah, and he's a wonderful human being, and I absolutely love him. My favorite 3 games this year, it's been an awesome year for video games. First and foremost, Balatro, stellar poker roguelike. Obviously won Indie Game of the Year at the Game Awards. Put about 300 hours into that bad boy. Spent a lot of time with Balatro. Wonderful game. Second, Helldivers 2 kind of came out of nowhere. What a great surprise this year. You run around, hunt alien bugs, get bug juice all over you. It was amazing. And then the third game that I loved this year was Dragon Age Veilguard. Huge BioWare fan. Wonderful to see them come back to form with Veilguard. Incredible game. I'll never finish it because I don't have enough time and I do too many side quests, but it was perfect. Thank you, Corey, Stephanie, and David, as well as the entire Boss Rush team for including myself and Gylee in the 2024 Bossies. You guys are wonderful, and I hope you have a great award season.
Hi, I'm Chase Bethea, multi-award-winning video game composer. I've been working in the industry for over a decade and have shipped about 25 games in my career thus far. You can find out more about me at chasebethea.com. One thing I love about Boss Rush and their community is that they're so consistent about championing the work of people in the industry that do it in a positive way. Today, I am pleased to celebrate the best in video game music with the Boss Rush community, presenting the Boss Key for Best Original Soundtrack. As a multi-award winning video game composer, I recognize the hard work being behind a well-executed score. Whether we realize it or not, music is a vital factor in the gaming experience. Whether it's a high-octane rock and roll to draw adrenaline through your veins, or hack and slash, or lo-fi beats, or roasting a coffee in a story-driven narrative, we as humans have a special connection to music. A memorable game soundtrack resonates in our minds and moves our souls. Moreover, it's an important key to weave a cohesive experience and unlock full immersion whenever we pick up that controller. Here are the nominees for Best Original Soundtrack. Astrobot by Team Asobi. Metaphor Refantasio from Studio Zero and Atlas.
My hand that penned it. Dreamers like you.
Tekken 8 from Bandai Namco. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth by Square Enix. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake from Team Asano and Square Enix. And the boss key goes to...
Sounds like we've lost a few candidates already too. Poor bastards went after something too
Metaphor, Refrantasio from Studio Zero and Atlas.
Feral humans, with people either running or going mad.
What do we believe in, really?
Hitting us while we're asleep is dirty fighting.
Did you hear that? Well, in addition to a cleverly crafted soundtrack, sound design in a video game can make or break a gaming experience. It may not be top of mind, but each crunch of dirt beneath your feet or haunting whispers that snake between the left and right side of your sound system are intentionally crafted to place you in the shoes of the protagonist. Sound design is imperative in establishing the mood of a video game, and sometimes it can also play a role in solving puzzles or avoiding hostile entities. I am pleased to hold the boss key for Best Sound Design. Here are the nominees. Astrobot by Team Asobi. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 by Raven and Treyarch. Destiny 2 The Final Shape by Bungie.
And everyone we know.
Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 by Ninja Theory.
What do you want me to do?
Silent Hill 2 by Bloober
Get
Team.
out of here.
Yeah, you're right.
You said you took everything.
And the boss key goes to...
We've come so far, not far enough. Say it. You are ready. Tell them.
Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 by Ninja Theory.
What if we get lost forever?
What will happen to them?
What will happen to you? I will not let them down.
She is ready. They know. Go.
Who are these around you, Senua? Those you have saved, or those you led to death?
Well, to us it's clear. Creating these games involve a unique skill set from concept phase to going gold and beyond. The visuals, animations, engineering, music, and sound design are all essential for guiding us through the emotional moments, epic action, and enhancing the immersion. It's truly a unique form of art that only video games can bring us.
Absolutely. This year has brought us an amazing selection of beautiful games, each offering a variety of experiences for us as players. These nominees and winners are just the tip of the iceberg of incredible experiences in storytelling, puzzle solving, action, and artistry. So congratulations to winners thus far, but we're only just getting started. We'll be right back after this short break.
Hey everyone, I'm Jenny Windom, also known as Kimchika across YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. I am one of the organizers behind Wholesome Games, and I've worked in the industry at publishers and studios in a wide variety of roles. I've known the Boss Rush crew for a few years, and I am super excited to be joining in for the 2024 Bossies, and I'm going to be sharing a few of my favorite gaming experiences of the year. Starting with number 3, Fields of Mystria. I sincerely believe it's one of the best farming sims out right now, even in its early access state. Not only does it capture the nostalgia of the original Harvest Moon franchise, but it contributes to the genre in a lot of meaningful ways. Quality of life updates, 90s anime vibes, and an attention to detail and content that shows not only a true love of farming and life sims, but a deep understanding of what makes their player community tick. Number 2, Grunn. What I love most about this game is how it blends the rote yet satisfying labor of lawn care, along with the more thrilling mystery of figuring out what is happening in this cursed hamlet. Grunn encourages you to learn and adjust how you play based on the knowledge you gain each time you go through a weekend of caretaking this mansion's yard. And by the end, you'll feel like a genius speedrunner as you navigate the multiple endings it has in store. For folks who are more apprehensive about horror, don't worry, this is more quirky with a few startling moments rather than true blue scares. And finally, number 1, 1,000 Times Resist. This game plays cinematically. You feel like you're going episodically through a major sci-fi character drama with outstanding voice acting, gorgeous shots, and surreal ways of using time to move back and forth through the narrative. Set in a future where an illness has decimated the population, the world is now made up of teenage clones who worship the All-Mother. There is a dark secret to her rule, though, and the game begins with that reveal and gets more and more wild as it progresses. The game layers heavier topics like identity, family tension, and political resistance with highly relatable and often darkly comedic moments. 1,000 Times Resist moves us through high school to the cosmos and back and trusts us to be able to keep up, and it's one of the best narrative games of 2024, hands down. So those are my top 3 gaming experiences of 2024. Again, I'm Kim Chica, and I cover games, mostly indies, that feature memorable characters, hopeful narratives, and lots of lore to dig into. I've got a video game discussion club podcast and newsletter called Geeks and Grounds, and if you'd like to check it out, you can visit geeksandgrounds.com, and we play a game a month, and we would love to have you. And again, a huge and heartfelt thank you to Corey, Stephanie, David, and the whole Boss Rush team for letting me share with you a little bit of what made 2024 so great for me in gaming, and I can't wait for all of us to experience what 2025 has in store.
Hey everyone, Joey Ferris here. You may know me from my YouTube channel, FerrisWheelPro, and today I'm going to talk to you about my top 5 favorite games of 2024 for the Bossies. Number 5 has to be Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. It's just pure Metroidvania goodness. The combat and controls feel just absolutely fantastic, and the vibes all around, the atmosphere, everything about it is just really, really good. And unfortunately, it didn't make enough money because Ubisoft didn't promote this as well as they should have. So if you haven't played Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown yet, you definitely should. On to number 4, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Machine Games blew me out of the water with their interpretation of how an Indiana Jones game should be. It's kind of an immersive sim kind of game, similar to Dishonored. It's more focused on the puzzle solving aspect. There is some adventuring like Uncharted and Tomb Raider, but it's mainly focused on the puzzle solving aspect and, of course, the story. Troy Baker does a fantastic impression of Indiana Jones / Harrison Ford, and the game itself is just great, hence the name, The Great Circle. And moving on to number 3, it's actually Animal Well, this small little indie game made by one person, I believe. I love Metroidvanias, and Animal Well is just a shining example of how to do a Metroidvania right. It's very cryptic too, it doesn't really tell you what to do right away. Yeah, it tells you how to play like the controls and such, but whenever you get an item, you're not exactly sure what to do with that item. I found out with the Frisbee that I could actually stand on the Frisbee midair, and then it'll just project me across the level. It's really fantastic, so definitely play Animal Well. It's really, really good. Number 2 is Silent Hill 2. I did not think Bloober Team could make a worthy remake of one of the best horror games of all time, but they did. The voice acting is incredible, and the atmosphere, once again, I love atmosphere as you can tell, but it just feels like it's just you're straight up in hell throughout this game. The monsters are just absolutely horrifying. I love Silent Hill 2. I was not expecting to love this game as much as I did, so much so it's my number 2 game of the year, but my number 1 game of the year for the Bossies 2024 has to be Astrobot. Like, this game is pure, unabashedly fun. It is not trying to like impress us with amazing graphics or cinematic type cutscenes or anything. It is just a pure platformer with tight controls, great level design, and it's a complete love letter to PlayStation and its IP. Just the fact that this was a game made in only 3 years and not for like $1 billion really makes me think that the industry can learn from a game like Astrobot. Like, you don't need all these fancy bells and whistles. You don't need a huge open world to make an amazing game. You just got to make it fun, man. And that's why Astrobot is my game of the year. Not just for what it is, but for what it represents. So thank you so much for including me in the Bossies 2024. Thanks specifically to Corey, Stephanie, David, and the Boss Rush team for having me and inviting me on this wonderful show. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Bringing our favorite video game characters to life in today's industry is no simple task. It requires that perfect blend of captivating performances, compelling storytelling, and genuine emotion from the actors and narrative designers, all brought to life through stunning visuals and technical expertise of the developers and engineers.
Their interactions with the world and relationships with the other characters add depth, whether through heartfelt drama, laugh-out-loud comedy, or thrilling action. Whether they're heroes, villains, animal companions, or dream husbandos, these characters leave a lasting impact, making us cheer, cry, and reflect long after the credits roll.
To kick things off, we're presenting the Boss Key for Best Villain. A truly compelling villain is more than just an obstacle. They're complex, relatable, and driven by strong motivations. Whether seeking power, revenge, or acting on a twisted sense of justice, their actions feel personal and authentic by drawing players into their story. They also challenge the player's morals and decisions, creating emotional depth and urgency. With gripping backstories, intense dialogue, and epic confrontations, a well-crafted villain leaves a lasting mark, making their defeat feel truly earned. Here are the nominees for Best Villain.
I'm here for you.
Sephiroth, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Louise, Metaphor, Refantasio. The Witness, Destiny 2, The Final Shape. Varam, Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. Overlord Galerius, Unicorn Overlord.
Now then, the hour has come. There are those among Galerius's adherents who willfully chose to betray the queen.
And the Boss Key goes to...
Certainly. It was the first village to be destroyed by the human menace.
Louise, Metaphor, Refantasio.
I suppose it's only a matter of time until Louise takes the throne.
Heed me, O kingless.
It can't be His Majesty.
But he was dead. Whosoever have truly earned the greatest
Hey there, folks. We are from Fun and Games Podcast. I'm Jeff Moonen.
And I am Matt, a.k.a. Stormageddon.
Fun and Games Podcast is an interview and conversation podcast about video games from an optimistic view of gaming, because every game is somebody's favorite and no one person can play every game that's out there. So that's why we like to have conversations with people in and out of the games industry, and we have our series Side Quests as well.
Yes. Jeff and I do a multitude of things beyond just our podcast, but a brief pitch for Side Quests is in that vein of every game is somebody's favorite. We have folks come on and gush about a game they love and why they love it. Folks from the Boss Rush community, as well as hosts from the various podcasts, have come on or will come on. Spoilers. And so we really love just sharing positive stories of games within the space. And that's kind of the ethos of Fun and Games. And just to briefly plug, I also do a video game podcast called Reignite, which is I guess you could say a podcast, like an actual play podcast or a like play along podcast. We're covering BioWare games. We started with the Mass Effect trilogy, went on to Mass Effect Andromeda, and now we're doing the Dragon Age series. We're currently playing through Dragon Age 2. I do that with the incredible Frankie Bradley Lestrange. Yeah. And you can find that at all places, Reignite Pod.
Yeah, and all of this is part of the Certain POV network. You can find all of those things there, certainpov.com. And in addition to that, I am also a voice actor and just an avid gamer, and really happy to be here and thankful that Boss Rush is having us here to help present the next category.
Yeah, we met the Boss Rush folks. I think I met them first before Jeff got to meet them.
Yes, you did.
And it was through the incredible Dan O'Mac, who I have known since Dan was in high school, and now we're both so old. But Dan introduced me to some of the Boss Rush folks at a PAX several years ago, and I became friends with them online, and then we've connected since and collaborated a bunch, and it's been a blast. And I really love the Boss Rush community. I love the writing that these folks do. I love the community they've curated of folks who just really love games. It's a really positive vibe, and we're excited to be involved in any way. It's always a blast to team up with these folks.
Yeah, and so if you are a huge fan of the Boss Rush Network and this is the first time you're seeing us, well, how appropriate, because we are here to present for the category of Best New Character of the Year.
Yep. With new video games comes fresh new characters. As vehicles for gameplay and story, characters play an important part in an immersive experience.
The best characters are ones we can either relate to on a personal level or evoke empathy from within. Especially in a time where remakes and remasters abound, we want to take the time to acknowledge protagonists that made their debut in 2024.
We are honored to present the nominees for Best New Character.
My name is Zhao.
Zhao.
Shaman of Kenzera.
Tales of Kenzera, Zhao.
I seek my father's return.
Victor Chevalier. Tekken 8. Emi Kimura. Yars Rising. Luis. Metaphor Refantasio. Gory. Gory Cuddly Carnage. And the boss key goes to...
The tragedy of the royal family is only the beginning. So, what would you say to an alliance?
Luis! Metaphor Refantasio!
We couldn't protect him. I'm sorry.
The man I fought beside was not so ruled by anger and malice.
Count Luis gave us a dream to fight for.
So, contestants, are you ready?
So many people are wonderful companions, and that's going to bring us to our next category, which are animal companions. A good animal companion is a welcome part of any journey, blending emotional connection, practical use, and personality. Dogmeat offers loyalty and comfort in a broken world. Wolf Link in Breath of the Wild enhances combat and exploration while evoking Twilight Princess nostalgia. Nyx from Star Wars Outlaws cleverly distracts enemies and retrieves items with playful charm. The companions aren't just tools. They're true partners that make the invention more enjoyable. Here are the nominees for Best Animal Companion. Neva. Asan, Dragon Age, The Belguard. Chromaru, Persona 3 Reload. Nyx, Star Wars Outlaws.
Kay and Nyx have been inseparable partners.
Ramco, Images of Metal.
お前には村の者にもない奇妙な力があるからな。魔物を石に変えて。
And the boss key goes to... Never.
Okay, Chesley. I think it's time.
My heart's in the highlands. My heart is not here. My heart's in the highlands. Not chasing the deep. The hills of the highlands.
Hello, I'm Kristi Meadows, the narrative designer at Snowhaven Studios, where we make visual novels from murder mystery to acute romance. Although many know me as Husbando Goddess from my undying love of fictional men. I've been making visual novels for at least 4 years now, that feature charming characters that people can't help fall in love with. I was made aware of Boss Rush Network through Stephanie, who I met at PAX West, where we bonded over the various indie games at the showcase, visual novels, and of course, fictional old men. And as the self-proclaimed Husbando Goddess of the Internet, I have the utmost honor of presenting 2 boss keys dedicated to the best Husbando and best waifu of the year. A lot of attention gets put into video game characters, and when they hit just the right notes, they often become players' new bias, hyperfixation, or in this case, Husbando and waifu. And 2024 was filled with charming characters, hot, and even morally corrupt men that players, including myself, couldn't help but fawn over.
This is someone else.
Here are the nominees for Husbando of the Year. Kiryu Kazuma, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Lucanus Delamorte, Dragon Age, The Veilguard. Sephiroth, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Van Arkwright, The Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak. Victor, Tekken 8. And the boss key goes to
Freeze.
Kiryu Kazuma, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth.
High time you met the head of the Barracudas. Name's Dwight.
Barracudas are after me. Akane-san, they're after her too.
But let us not forget the wonderful woman that captured players' attentions this year. From pure-hearted mages to badass heroines who had players shouting, "Please step on me!" at their screens. There was a waifu for everyone this year. Here are the nominees for Waifu of the Year. Eric Gainsborough, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Eve, Stellar Blade.
All we must do is complete the mission.
Rosalind, Unicorn Overlord. Sunhee, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth.
This is someone else.
Tifa Lockhart, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And the boss key goes to Tifa Lockhart, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
My name is Leanna Rupert, or Dirty F and Hippie, and I am absolutely stoked to be here at the 2024 The Bossies, because we like celebrating games, as you should, because games are cool. You might know me as somebody that's worked in the gaming industry for about 22 years now. I was media with things like Prima Games and Game Informer, or you might know me from my work at Bungie on Destiny 2, or various accessibility or hosting things that I've done through the years, or you might not know me at all, and I just come off as a prattling idiot, which... fair, but very excited to be here. I do a lot of YouTube, a lot of cool kid stuff. That was cringe. I just like talking about games. I like celebrating games, and we should, because games are amazing, and we had a really good year in games. And I feel like even though the online conversations don't always reflect that, it's important to celebrate that because games are an art form, and we appreciate art in this house. I'm really excited to be a part of this, even just in a small way, just because Corey and I initially met when I was at Bungie as a community manager for Destiny 2. And just that sense of community and getting to formulate really cool relationships and friendships based off of a game experience is incredible. And being able to celebrate games this year is really cool because It has not been an easy time in games. We are at record-breaking layoffs between not even the studios that haven't been mentioned, because a lot of indies never got media attention. Agencies are shutting down left and right, and we are probably close to 36,000 layoffs since 2022, which is a lot. It's a smaller industry. And to still see this art form persevere despite a lot of complications, both with studios sticking up for themselves for better working conditions or taking back some power from publishing hands, which has been years and years and years in the making. There's a lot of heart in making games, and I think that is very much reflected in this year as well, especially with seeing the impact that layoffs and things like that have on that art form and the discussions around that art form. But speaking of that, I gotta say, I'm gonna not shock anybody here if you know me at all and say that some of my favorite experiences. Okay, two. I can't just pick because there's a lot of good ones. The third one will make up for the first two, I promise. I gotta give it to my people at BioWare. Dragon Age Veilguard was everything I wanted. Was it a perfect game? Absolutely not. But it was beautifully told. This game restarted production so many times, more than it should have. Countless layoffs, which are incredibly disheartening. And what they were able to pull together immediately made me go back in for another playthrough. I'm now on my third Rook. The art style, the new way of seeing, being able to see this world through a commoner perspective was very cool to me. So hats off to Dragon Age team. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you so much for a new experience. Also, I got to be the basic one. Silent Hill 2, that coming out again and having a new lease on life has been incredible, because even though I am not good with horror games, I love them. And that Silent Hill 2 will never stop making me piss myself, to be honest, but it's totally worth it because trauma. So here's my third one, and this is going to be the redeeming factor. If you have not played it, you need to. It is called, and I got to get my notes so I say this correctly because I always mispronounce it, Sylvia Black Waters by Dread XP, published. It's the publisher. Scerbo is the developer. That universe is incredible. It's a horror game. If you know me, you know I love ghost hunting. I went ghost hunting earlier this year. It is the perfect blend of atmospheric storytelling, an FPS shooter experience, exploration, fear of deep under is very real for me, but also with all the alien talk and the water in the ocean this year, come on, it was perfect. It came out this year. Love indie games regardless. You should all play more indies, but they just really perfected being able to tell a tale that crawls under your skin, and you have to spend a lot of time unpacking. And the story was just incredible. But you got ghosts, you got mysterious water, you've got storytelling, you've got lore. It's just, and any game that has EVP machines in it is an okay game in my books. So if you haven't played it, slightly less basic answer, even though you should never apologize for what you like. You should definitely check out that game because that team did an incredible job. And you should also, again, play more indies. That's just my opinion. I also just want to thank, now that I've kind of rambled too much and way over my time limit, please don't hit me with the please wrap it up sign. But just want to say, to the Boss Rush fam, Stephanie, Corey, David, all of it, the entire team, you're amazing. The Boss Rush media team is incredible. They love games. It's very evident how much they love games. They love the communities around games. They love people that make games. They love the experience themselves. They're just an incredible group of people. Very proud of you, and thank you for letting me be a part of this. This is awesome. If for some reason you like this brand rambling, which you should probably get that checked out, you can find me anywhere, Dirty F and Hippie. I'm on YouTube. I'm going to be starting streaming soon again. I've got a lot of thoughts and opinions on things like Blue Sky and Twitter and Instagram and all that. But if you like it, you don't got to put a ring on it. But feel free to hit me up on socials if you want, or if you just want somebody to talk Dragon Age with, because I'm down. But thank you guys so much again for letting me be a part of this. And let's get on with the show.
I'm honored to present the Boss Key for Best Hero of 2024. A great video game hero leaves a lasting impression with a compelling backstory, relatable motivations, and strong personality. They pull us into their journey, making us eager to fight alongside them and face their challenges. Their unique abilities and gameplay mechanics adds excitement, while their growth and struggles make them memorable and relatable. The best heroes inspire us, shape the world they inhabit, and often become iconic in their own right in gaming's history. Here are the nominees for Best Hero in 2024. Cade 6 from Destiny 2, The Final Shape. Ichiban from Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Senua from Senua Saga, Hellblade 2. Will from Metaphor Refantatio. Zhao from Tales of Kenzara, Zhao. Zelda from The Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom. And the Boss Key goes to Zelda from The Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom.
Hi, this is Lala from Togi Productions. I just wanted to say thank you to Boss Rush for inviting us to be part of the 2024 Bossies, a celebration of video game. So Boss Rush Media and Network has been an amazing supportive partner to us, and it means a lot to be part of this celebration. So once again, thank you to Boss Rush Network for being awesome. Also, we have some exciting news for you. Togi Productions is celebrating its anniversary, and we want you to join the fun. The Togi Productions Anniversary Direct is happening on January 17th, 10 a.m. Pacific Time on Togi Productions YouTube channel. So get ready for a broadcast filled with exciting game announcements and sneak peeks on what we've been working on. Make sure to check out our Anniversary Direct and see you there!
Hi everyone, I'm Boldy Wei, founder, CEO, and tyrannical overlord of WayForward. Thank you, Corey, and everyone at the Boss Rush podcast for including us in this year's Bossies. WayForward had a truly amazing 2024 that started with our update to a classic gaming series, Contra Operation Galuga, and continued with games like Rose and Camellia Collection, Yars Rising, Clock Tower Rewind, Retro Realms Ash vs. Evil Dead, and Retro Realms Halloween. We also released some exciting new add-on content such as Bloodstained Classic Mode 2 and the River City Girls 2 Double Dragon DLC. 2025 is WayForward's 35th anniversary, and it just might be our best year yet, with Shantae Advance Risky Revolution finally getting into players' hands, We are also re-releasing Sigma Star Saga, and not only for PC and modern consoles, but for the actual Game Boy Advance as well. And of course, we've got a bunch of unannounced projects in development too. I wish I could tell you more, but, you know, NDAs. Thank you to the WayForward fans for supporting us this past year, and we hope you'll enjoy our upcoming games in 2025. We'll be back here on the Boss Rush podcast to chat about them as they're announced. See you then!
Hello friends, my name is Patrick Knisley and I'm with One Frog Games. I'm super excited to show you a trailer for our debut indie game, Monochrome Heights. Monochrome Heights is a tough-as-nails 2D pixel art vertical platformer with a color swapping mechanic where you have to swap between black and white to climb upwards and avoid obstacles. The game's going to be releasing in the first half of 2025. I want to give a special thanks to the whole Boss Rush community for all of your support along the way. I hope that everyone has a wonderful year. Thanks again. I really appreciate it. Take care.
Meet Happy the robot. Happy's on a mission to climb Layla's tower. To do so, Happy will have to run, jump, slide, and phase all the way to the top. It won't be easy. Help guide Happy on their journey upwards in Monochrome Heights.
A beloved character that is brought to life on screen is only as incredible as the actor who plays them. Gone are the days of monotone sentences or fragmented conversations. Quality voice acting and motion capture play a vital role in the modern gaming experience, and the players demand excellence. So many hardworking actors poured their heart and soul into video game characters that make the experience more immersive and more memorable. I'm here to present the boss key to one of these fantastic actors. And the nominees are
Bring me the black materia.
Cloud,
Brianna White as
Whatever
Aerith Gainsborough,
I'm here for you.
Mary died of that death.
Luke Roberts as James Sunderland, Melina Juergens as Senua, Troy Baker as Indiana Jones,
How often it comes in handy.
Nathan Fillion as Cade Six,
Guardians, Ghosts, The Traveler.
and the boss key goes to
You're messing with powers beyond your control.
Troy Baker as Indiana Jones,
Are you sure about this?
Don't worry, I do this all the time. Find a way out before we're crushed.
I'm excited to be here at the Bossies presenting the Boss Key for the award we've all been waiting for. We've learned about the best villains, the hottest husbandos and waifus, the biggest heroes, and now it's time to show some love to the real heroes of our stories, those party members or side characters that seal the show with their comic relief, their self-doubt, their awkwardness, and their own flavor of stories. I'm here to give one of these bad, bumbling best buddies our most unlikely hero and biggest dork of 2024. These characters steal our hearts by overcoming their self-doubt and embracing their uniqueness, revealing surprising skills or knowledge that prove essential in tough situations, showing that anyone can be a hero no matter how unlikely they seem at first. This transformation makes them relatable and inspires us to see a bit of ourselves in their journey. Here are the nominees for Most Unlikely Hero / Biggest Dork.
It's gotta be hiding some
Yuffie Kisaragi, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Martial Law, Tekken 8. Catherine Portillo, Until Then. Luigi, Mario and Luigi Brothership. Ryoma Sakamoto, Rise of the Ronin. And the Boss Key goes to Luigi, Mario and Luigi Brothership. As you can see, creating the memorable characters of the past year is a true achievement, coming in all shapes and sizes. They blend strong performances, great storytelling, and impressive visual design.
The teamwork between actors, writers, and developers helps players connect with the characters in meaningful, sometimes unexpected ways. Whether through drama, humor, or action, these characters make the year's experiences unforgettable. When done well, they don't just tell a story, they let us live it, leaving us thinking about them long after the game ends.
Hi, Brian Shea here, host of the All Things Nintendo podcast and former director at Game Informer magazine. Thank you so much to the team at Boss Rush for including me in the Bossies 2024. Here to share my top 3 games of the year that we just concluded. I think it was actually a very strong year, despite the fact that we didn't have these major tentpole releases, but it was a very hotly contested spot at the top of my Game of the Year list. But without further ado, here is the quick rundown of my top 3 games of 2024. Coming in at number 3, it's the game that won Game of the Year at the Game Awards, Astrobot. And any game from these top 3 entries on my favorite games of the year could easily be number 1 any day of the week. It's just, you caught me on this day, so this is the order it's coming in. But number 3 for me, Astrobot. It's so rare that Nintendo is outdone, matched, or even come close to in the realm of a platformer. And Astrobot is one of those where it is as good, if not better, than some of my favorite 3D Mario games. And that is saying so much. The creativity, the clear love for just gaming in general, and the unbridled joy that Astrobot delivers is higher concentration than any other game I've played in recent memory. It's just a blast to play through, and I can't wait to replay it. I'm so happy that I saw it all the way through, and there's so many more secrets that I have that I every time I fire up my PlayStation to play something else, it's always a temptation for me to go back and see if I can just find that one other Astrobot that I haven't found before. So that comes in at number 3 for me. Number 2 is a game that I think caught everybody by surprise this year, and that is Balatro. It is, a poker roguelike by a guy who doesn't really like poker, from what I understand. but he has taken the game mechanics, the core game mechanics of poker, which whether you like it or you don't like it, it's a well-designed game, and its longevity would tell you that. But he has the developer Local Thunk has made a product out of poker in Balatro that is perhaps even more perfectly designed than poker itself, because it gives you that incredible one more round feeling. And roguelikes have always been a tough sell for me. And in order to hook me, it needs that amazing eureka moment from the very early stages. And there's been, I would say, I can count on my hand how many roguelikes I've stuck with. Balatro might be my favorite roguelike of all time. It might be among my favorite indie games of all time. And for that, it lands at number 2 for me. It's absolutely my playing game at this point. It's always been Vampire Survivors, but now Balatro has kind of supplanted that as I have time to kill on a flight, I'm going to fire up Balatro. And then number 1 for me is a game that when I finished it, I said it would take something extremely special to dethrone this as my game of the year. Balatro and Astrobot almost did it, but not quite. And Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it was the game that coming into this year I was most excited for, and it delivered. It is the exact kind of open world that I can get obsessed with. I know some people had some problems with the pacing. Some people had some problems with the way the open world progressed. I didn't have problems with any of those. I loved the story. I loved the open world exploration. I think I 100%ed the first 3 biomes, and then eventually I got to a point where I was like, okay, I need to actually play through this story or I'm never going to finish it. But yeah, just the emotional journey that these characters that we're all so familiar with by now are going through. It's truly one of my favorite games of this generation so far, and I cannot wait to see how this development team that is, a combination of newcomers to the franchise or relative newcomers and the old guard like Tetsuya Nomura and Yoshinori Kitase, who've been with the franchise for decades. They've come together to create something really special in these first 2 parts of the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy. And the third part, I have no reason to believe will be any different. So thank you so much again to the team at Boss Rush for including me in this. And if you want to find me, you can search for the All Things Nintendo podcast on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts.
What is up, everybody? My name is Cameron Hawkins. I was asked by Boss Rush to talk about my 3 of my favorite games of 2024. For those that don't know me, I'm a huge JRPG guy, so all the games I'm going to be talking about are JRPGs. So the first game I want to talk about is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was a fantastic game that came out earlier in the year and has stuck with me to the end of it for both good and bad reasons. I think overall it's still an absolutely fantastic game. I think that there was a lot of expectations on this game and bringing the world of Gaia to life and exploring through all the different regions and iconic locations like the Golden Saucer and things like that I really think they did super well. The combat is absolutely phenomenal, like one of my favorite combat systems in any video game, regardless of genre. So shout out to them for that. Yeah, I just had a really great time with this game. I do have my issues with the story and how the narrative was handled, but I do think that a big part of that is that this is a part 2 of a 3-part story, so it's kind of hard to start a story and end it when it's so directly connected to the first game and the original Final Fantasy VII story. But Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, definitely worth playing, definitely worth checking out. In my opinion, one of the best games of this year. The second game I want to talk about is The Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak. Over the past 4 years now, I have become a massive fan of the Legend of Heroes series. I have a tattoo. I met the creator and had his signature tattooed on me. I love this series. And it's really hard to talk about specifically Trails Through Daybreak because it is a series kind of like Kingdom Hearts where playing all of the games matter, in my opinion. There will be people that will say you can start with Daybreak, and objectively you can, but you're not going to get the narrative payoffs and the world building that you get if you were to start from the beginning. You get things spoiled for you. You get story, you get characters at certain parts in their life where they have already gone through all of this character growth or trauma or whatever, and so they're not the same way that they're introduced in their initial introduction in the series. And those are the things that make this series so special. And Trails Through Daybreak is the first game in the newest arc, the fourth arc of the series. And we got a new cast, new location in Calvard. And it's all, what you expect from Trails. It's high quality writing, world building, characters, diverse characters, well-written arcs. Everything about it is still so good. And I really want to use this time to be yes, Trails Through Daybreak is one of the best games of this year, but also just play the Trails series from the beginning. Play Trails in the Sky. It's on Steam. It's cheap. It's $20 to start it off, and it's a 35-hour game. And if you don't like it, you can stop. But everyone that I know that has played it, that off my recommendation, has fallen in love with the series too. And I think that you should all give it a great, a real shot. And you might, like me, end up finding a new one of your favorite video game series of all time. And my last game and my game of the year is Metaphor ReFantazio. There's a lot of different reasons as to why it is my game of the year. I think it serves as a culmination of, not specifically Studio Zero, but the game director, Katsura Hashino, who's directed SMT3, Persona 3 through 5, Catherine. This feels like his magnum opus in a way where the vision of what he's trying to accomplish here is so clear. And just for me personally, I love JRPGs because I love the stories that they tell. I love the way that stories are told in JRPGs. I love the combat. I love the settings that these stories take place in. And I think that all of those things are done so incredibly well in Metaphor. I think that the way that they blend together the mechanics of SMT and Persona, as well as introducing new mechanics, makes it feel fresh but also familiar. I think that the characters, the party members, are very diverse and have different backgrounds, and they use those characters to tell a bigger story and make the world feel more real, because the party members are each from a different tribe. I love how the story kind of presents this question of, does silver democracy really give people power? And the idea of the racial themes, the social themes that go throughout the story. I think Lord Luis is one of the best, not just JRPG villains, but video game villains in recent memory. I think all the voice performances are so well done, especially even for I feel like that there is this kind of disrespect to localization voice performances that aren't initially meant to be in the English language, that they're Japanese and they get translated over. I think the performances in these games are absolutely incredible. I really think that this is a phenomenal game. I think this game is going to hold up for a very, very long time, and it's going to be relevant down the line. And I think that if you are not super into JRPGs, you're not an enthusiast like me, but you want to try and find one that is modern and approachable, I think Metaphor is a prime example of that. So yeah, Metaphor ReFantazio is my personal game of the year.
Hey there, Bossies! I'm CJNB, and I really like indie games. I like sharing them with you guys. The Boss Rush crew has asked me to talk for a little bit, and asking me to talk is a dangerous request. So I've been making content since 2017 under the group name Couch Gnomes, and a lot has changed for me over the course of those 8 years. But 2024 may be the biggest year for me as a creator yet. Maybe not so much in terms of growth, but all of the cool stuff that I've had going on. At the beginning of the year, I got to go to my very first convention, PAX East. Not only did I get to go as a content creator, but also as a special guest where I got to be a part of my very first panel, talking about the best games on the Nintendo DS. And while I was roaming the PAX East floor, I got to sit down with a bunch of developers and preview their games before they even came out. Some even behind closed doors. They even had like fun little bottles of water and t-shirts for me. That was really cool. I also got to meet a bunch of content creators that I watch on a daily basis, and I got selfies with them. And this is actually where I met the Boss Rush team. Now, little did I know they were actually a team and not just a bunch of random creators sitting at the same table. Then during a round of handshakes, ended up knocking over somebody's coffee. But at least it wasn't caught on camera. Until it was. Dang it. And after that weekend at PAX, I got invited onto my friend's podcast. And then another friend's podcast. And then another, and another, and another. Oh, hey, they look familiar. And it was at that point that I realized I really enjoyed podcasting. So I got with my buddy Topher, and we finally started our own podcast, Playlog. We get to discuss indie gaming news, reviews, and whatever we choose. And after going on nearly 40 weekly episodes since we got started, I'm loving every second of it. But that's still not all. With 2024 being the inaugural year of the Indie Game Awards, I was invited by the 6-1 Indie team to be a judge for the award show, which is insane to me that I was even considered. And wow, can you believe that won Game of the Year? Honestly, I'm recording this whole thing before the award shows even happened. I have no idea who actually won, but I'm betting it was Balatro. But speaking of Balatro, I couldn't make a video talking about my 2024 without mentioning all of the awesome indie developers I got to work with. I've been given the opportunity to review and playtest so many awesome indie games this year, all made by incredible development teams or sometimes just one person. And in a world where the AAA space becomes somewhat samey year after year, the indie space exists to bring us fresh new takes on genres that we already love, but more importantly, games that are made with heart and passion over the idea of making fat stacks of cash. So for every developer who's reached out and trusted me with a copy of your game to play for review or for stream, thank you. You are the backbone of this industry, and I cannot wait to see what you make next. But anyway, that is enough from me. For now. I want to give a huge shout out to the Boss Rush crew for inviting me to talk about myself today. If you're looking for your next favorite indie game, be sure to check out my YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok so I can prove to you that saying there's just nothing to play is absolute bull. And of course, if you want to hear more of this beautiful voice in your ear holes, you can check out Playlog Podcast on all your favorite streaming services, from Spotify to Amazon Music, or if you like the old video version, it's available on YouTube. Thank you guys for watching the 2024 Bossies. Let's send it back to the main crew. Bet. Ow, my knee.
"2024 brought us an incredible lineup of movies, television shows, anime, and games that left a lasting mark. Films like Dune Part 2, Deadpool and Wolverine, and Inside Out 2 delivered epic storytelling, humor, and heartfelt moments, while anime such as Dandadan and My Hero Academia continued to energize fans with action-packed and emotional stories.
TV series like The Penguin and Agatha all along kept us hooked with gripping narratives and clever twists that kept us guessing throughout the finales. Even this year's licensed video games like Marvel Rivals, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and Batman Arkham Shadow found new ways to immerse us in iconic worlds, blending nostalgia with exciting new adventures. Together, these works showcase innovation, creativity, and a deep connection to beloved characters and franchises, making 2024 a standout year for entertainment. TV series are a dime a dozen. With a sea of streaming services to choose from, there are scores of content to consume. However, with limited time on our busy adult lives, the Boss Rush community handpicked the cream of the crop, the best in TV series that are worth binging. I am pleased to present the Boss Key for the best TV series in 2024. Let's take a look at the well-deserved nominees. Shogun, Bad Monkey,
She was trying very hard to cry. What are you doing? You're not a cop. Leave it.
House of the Dragon, The Bear,
Push boundaries. Constantly evolve through creativity.
Slow Horses, Star Wars The Acolyte, And the boss key goes to... Shogun.
Hi, I'm MJ Kuhn. I'm a fantasy and science fiction author and host of the SFF Addicts book podcast. I am probably best known for my fantasy heist duology, Among Thieves and Thick as Thieves, which are available anywhere books are sold, or you can go to mjkuhn.com. I first met the Boss Rush folks, I believe on Twitter, or it may have been through another podcast I was a contributor on for a long time, another Zelda podcast. I think that we got connected into the gaming podcast industry through that. And since then, I've been on a few episodes and had a really great time talking about being a female gamer, talking about Mass Effect in depth, and a couple other things. So it's been great. I'm thrilled the Boss Rush team invited me to be here at the 2024 Bossies to represent the Boss Key Trophy for Best Film. A good film captures the imagination and evokes powerful emotions, whether it's through the heartwarming friendships of Toy Story, the chilling terror of Nightmare on Elm Street, or the intense moral complexity of The Dark Knight. Iconic characters like Woody and Buzz, Freddy Krueger, James Bond, Indiana Jones, and Batman anchor these films, making their stories. They transport audiences to thrilling, heartfelt, or haunting worlds, igniting joy, fear, or awe. These films resonate because they blend compelling narratives with timeless characters, creating experiences that linger long after the final scene. Here are the nominees for Best Film of 2024.
Every day,
Monkey Man,
I've prayed for a way to protect the weak.
Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. I Saw the TV Glow. Wicked. Dune Part 2. Alien, Romulus. And the Boss Key goes to... Dune Part 2!
The planet-wide blackout was evolutionary. The robots began the impossible. They changed. They grew. They began to feel. Life has come too quickly to the mechanical shell of human creation. Now, you must shut it down. Or set it free. Robots at midnight. Wishlist now.
I'm Todd Oxtra from Secret Friends Unite, and also the co-host of the amazing Co-op Mode podcast with my co-host, Mark Carabin.
Yes, I am the other seat on the Co-op Mode podcast as part of the Secret Friend Unite network. And I also host Holocron Chronicles alongside a bunch of other shows, including Code 47 and a bunch of exclusives on our Patreon page.
We are Secret Friends Unite, which means we are your guide to the geek side. So along with myself, Mark, and Charlie Carden, we do a lot of cool stuff in regards to the worlds of Star Wars, Star Trek, and comic books. We also have a Patreon, so if you want to check us out for unique things that we do there. But in regards to all things geek, we hope you check us out at secretfriendsunite.com. My goodness. Absolutely. Mark and I have been doing this for about 5 years in worlds of video games. So we're very excited to be part of this Bossies Award. Thank you, Corey and the team. I met Ed in person. They're awesome people. And we are so excited to talk about how we can help out and be part of the Boss Rush community. Boss Rush community is amazing. We've been on their shows. They cover all things geek in regards to the world of video games and After Dark if you want to get a little saucy. So there you go. So Mark, are you ready to get into this?
I think so, yeah. The Boss Rush network is just something that I feel like I've always known the crew over there, and it's so exciting to be part of the Bossies in 2024. So yeah, let's get into it. I'm excited.
All right. Well, we're thrilled to have been invited to the 2024 Bossies to present the Boss Key for Best Game based on a license. Oh my goodness. Licenses. I remember playing all those games in the past. And this year, video games based on our favorite franchises delivered some incredible experiences, allowing us to step into the shoes of beloved heroes and join them on adventures.
From donning the cowl of Batman in VR to solving mysteries with Indiana Jones or exploring a galaxy far, far away, these games brought cherished characters and worlds to life like never before.
They not only let us relive nostalgic moments, but also created entirely new stories, expanding the universes we love.
These games go beyond entertainment. They deepen our connection to the franchises that we love and allow us to fully immerse ourselves in these worlds that we've been dreaming of exploring our whole lives.
So here are the nominations for Best Games based on a license.
Rat King will stop at nothing.
Batman Arkham Shadow by Camouflage.
Will I go to destroy him?
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle by Machine Games.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Rita's Rewind by Digital Eclipse.
Marvel Rivals by NetEase.
Star Wars Outlaws by Massive Entertainment.
Let's raise the stakes, shall we?
And the Boss Key goes to... Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Find a way out before we're crushed.
A gun and a whip.
You'd be surprised how often it comes in handy.
Secret Friends Unite!
Hey everybody, this is Charlie Carden of the Secret Friends Unite podcasting network, tuning in to talk to my great pal Corey and all of his wonderful friends at the Boss Rush Network. We at Secret Friends Unite, we've been around since 2014, your guide to the geek side. It's myself, my friend of 30 years, Todd Oxtra, and our friend Mark Carabin, who's been with us for several years. We produce 4 great shows covering Star Wars, Star Trek, general pop culture, and video games. We also launched a Patreon a couple of years ago, which carries a lot of great programming over at patreon.com/Secret Friends Unite, where you can jump over there, try us out for 7 days for free, and then stay on board for as little as $2 a month. I've known Corey for a couple of years now in the Boss Rush Network through Todd and Mark. While these guys are in the video game space, which is not my jam, they are very famous in our community and just overall really great folks. So I am honored and excited to jump in here and help them out with The Bossies, I believe it is. I believe it is called. I don't know. I like the Bossies, so maybe that's just what I'm going to call it. We'll see. So they've the Boss Rush community is happy to extend their awards and recognize the best in entertainment. Another category that they've added is Best Superhero Movie or TV Series. Because let's face it, we all need a hero in this day and age. Superheroes, although fiction, represent the best of mankind. As youngsters, we've likely imagined ourselves in capes and saving the world. Even as we grow older, many of us still delight in watching shows that give us a glimmer of hope in humanity or expose the darkness we face in a form of escapism from our own daily challenges. Superhero movies or shows remind us to always stand up for what is right and keep the little kid in us alive and smiling. The nominees for Best Superhero Movie or TV Series are The Penguin, X-Men 97 Season 1, Deadpool and Wolverine, Agatha All Along, Batman, Caped Crusader, and the Boss Key goes to Deadpool and Wolverine,
Hey, what's up, everybody? Ace of Green River here with Borderline Entertainment. You might know me as the GTC, Gaming's Tribal Chief, or you might know me from my game dev stuff, my voice acting stuff, and just about anything in between. But my relationship here with Boss Rush has been a truly special one. Getting started with them in roughly, I want to say 2020, connecting with Corey and Ed, they've just been a wonderful group of people to work with, especially Stephanie being my partner at PAX West for the video game trivia hosted by Jacob McCourt. And yeah, I'm very happy to be a part of the Boss Rush community and to present this award to y'all today. I'm excited to be here at the 2024 Bossies, presenting the Boss Key for Best Adaptation. The best video game adaptations to film and TV respect the essence of the source material while finding ways to make it shine in a new medium. Staying true to the game's characters, story, and tone is key, while creative liberties can add fresh perspectives when handled with care. Involving the original creators ensures the adaptation reflects the heart of the game's stories, which is incredibly important at maintaining authenticity and appeal. Whether it's through recognizable heroes, a compelling narrative, or faithful recreations of iconic moments, great adaptations celebrate the original work while introducing it to a broader audience, bridging the gap between gaming and other forms of storytelling. Without further ado, here are the nominees for Best Adaptation. Like a Dragon Yakuza, Prime Video. Tomb Raider the Animated Series, Netflix. Arcane, Netflix. Knuckles, Paramount Plus. Fallout, Prime Video. And the Boss Key goes to Arcane, Netflix.
Anime has long been an incredible medium of storytelling, world building, and character development. Through anime, we get to go on wondrous adventures filled with vivid colors and pulse-pounding sound. And, if we're just a little bit lucky, see a bit of ourselves reflected on screen. This year saw us go on adventures with superheroes in training, mages, and Saiyans. We saw beloved characters battle aliens, save the world, and settle old grudges. And yeah, there was a lot of shouting of Bankai. The nominees for Best Anime reflect the best of the best among incredible adventures, stunning visuals, and some of the finest character work in the industry. And the nominees for Best Anime of 2024 are Dandadan, My Hero Academia, Wisteria Wand and Sword, The 1,000-Year Blood War, Kaiju number 8, Dragon Ball Daima, and the Boss Key goes to Dandadan.
As you can see, 2024 was an incredible year for entertainment, showcasing unforgettable stories and groundbreaking creativity across movies, TV shows, anime, and other mediums. From epic tales and heartfelt moments to thrilling action and emotional depth, this year reminded us of the power of storytelling to captivate and inspire.
On screens big and small, creators pushed boundaries with gripping plots, clever twists, and immersive experiences that drew us into their worlds. Licensed video games brought iconic franchises to life in fresh and exciting ways, blending nostalgia with brand new adventures. As we close the book on 2024, it's clear that this year will be remembered as a defining moment in entertainment, a celebration of innovation, passion, and the magic of storytelling that brought us all together.
Hi, Boss Rush. I'm Johnson.
I'm Dan.
And we're developers of A Corgi's Cozy Hike.
Yeah, we make games that donate to animal shelters, and we've been working on A Corgi's Cozy Hike, which is a game that's an open world 3D platformer where you just go around as a corgi, fly, learn superpowers to prove stubby legs can't stop you from climbing a mountain.
It's really fun, and everybody's gonna love it once it's out. We're still working on it. It's been a year, almost 2 years now, and we're having a lot of fun working on it. We're gonna release a new beta thing soon for everybody to play around the holiday season.
But you can also play our current demo on Steam. It's the intro of the game where you get to meet the characters, just sit in cozy spots and relax, and also meet these cats that say you're too stubby to climb the mountain. Go prove them wrong.
Yeah, and right before we play the trailer, happy holidays, everyone.
Yep, happy holidays.
Join our Discord.
Thanks.
lies. What if you reason the lies? I don't know which ways we fly. Counting the minutes and many hours, keep fading from years that go by. Would you be willing to go back? Wishing you're shining, meant to lack. Cataract, you see my act. I'm never wishing that I thought enough. You know I'm not even mad. Cataract, you see my act. I'm never wishing that I thought enough. You know I'm not even mad.
Gaming communities are a powerful force that brings players together from all over the world. They create spaces where fans can share their love for games, collaborate, and support each other. Whether it's through online forums, live streams, or fan creations, these communities foster a sense of belonging and connection.
More than just entertainment, video games connect us with people across the world. They allow us to explore incredible new worlds, experience unforgettable stories, and bond with friends, no matter the distance. The power to bring people together is what makes gaming such a unique and meaningful art form.
Hello, my name is Adrielle, and I am allegedly, the first ever Patreon patron for Boss Rush. I'm so excited that the boss man himself, Corey Deerig, reached out to me and asked me to participate in the Bossies this year. I'm genuinely so happy to be here. I am a copy editor and a researcher by trade, and I'm moving more seriously towards creative writing. And I'm also part of the community over at ZeldaDungeon.net, where I'm a producer for the Zelda Cast, which is a weekly Zelda podcast. And I actually learned about Boss Rush through Zelda Dungeon a couple of years ago in 2021, I believe. Boss Rush editor-in-chief David Lasby was also a writer for Zelda Dungeon at the time, and he did a creator spotlight with our own Edward Farnell. And I thought the interview was just so thoughtful, and Ed was so generous and endearing and genuine, and it just really made an impression on me, and it brought me to Boss Rush. So for me personally, these gaming communities are a really important and fulfilling part of my own life, and if you're watching this, you might feel the same. Multiplayer games and MMOs in particular can bring people together to team up to hunt for legendary gear, conquer challenging raids, defend humanity from swarms of bugs and robots, or compete against the best in high-ranked PvP matches, which is not something that I will be doing. But single-player games have also sparked passionate communities, with players sharing build strategies for Elden Ring, class kits from Baldur's Gate 3, their latest pulls in Genshin Impact, or weird retro Zelda history, if you're me. And gaming communities also sometimes have a bad reputation for being toxic, and at times it is deserved. But many of these spaces are filled with support and camaraderie and a shared passion that makes gaming really special. And you meet people that you would have never met before, and you're better for it. So the Boss Rush community has come together to celebrate the very best of these spaces, the ones that truly stand out. So as a proud advocate and member of gaming communities myself, I am honored to present the Boss Key for Best Game-Based Community. Here are the nominees.
I saved you. And I'm
Baldur's
here to
Gate
save
3.
you again. Her parasites are merely a symptom.
We'll face the
Bungie.
while we eliminate the remainder of its forces.
Flame.
From Software.
As soon as
Monster
we find a good
Hunter.
spot, we can get things set up and ready to go.
and then we can get started.
Final Fantasy XIV.
Decide who takes my place as Dawn Serpent.
Helldivers 2.
Together for liberty. Together, they fight for freedom.
Genshin Impact.
北条堂の秘宝で士気を焼き払う。その陣を敷くとなると代償として誰か一人の命を失うことになるんじゃない。
And the boss key goes to...
Possibly conceive. It threatens all.
Baldur's Gate 3.
It threatens the gods. The weave. The very fabric of the universe itself.
How would you feel about helping me kill some evil bastards?
Blackett blesses me this day.
What's up, everybody? This is Darren from the Rusty Rupees podcast, and I have my boys here with me, Justin.
Yo, what's good? Real Ninja 23.
Deontay.
13 Cross in the house.
And Cameron.
Hello.
And thank you to Corey and the Boss Rush community for having us on to spread a little bit of community and multiplayer joy with you guys as well.
Thank you.
Me and the Rupees here, we do a gaming podcast to bring you gaming news, anime, music, entertainment. We stream daily over at twitch.tv/RustyRupees, where we too have many multiplayer experiences to be shared with the community.
From traditional couch co-op to online multiplayer, there are several ways to enjoy video games with other people.
Multiplayer games offer a one-of-a-kind experience that takes shape from the actions of you and your partners.
Whether gameplay focuses on puzzle solving, platforming, or shooting, it's always way more fun with friends, or annoying if Cam is weighing your team down.
How did this become about me?
Yes.
Several multiplayer bangers released in 2024, and we are pleased to hold the boss key for one of these incredible nominees. Sorry, Justin, you're not nominated.
Next time.
The nominees for Best Multiplayer Experiences are...
Destiny 2, The Final Shape by Bungie.
Helldivers 2 by Arrowhead.
Marvel Rivals by NetEase.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Rita's Rewind by Digital Eclipse.
Tekken 8 by Bandai Namco. And the boss key goes to...
Helldivers 2 by Arrowhead.
With the ultimate weapon. Become a legend.
Hello, how are you? Hi.
Hi.
I'm Kat.
I'm Kat.
This is all ages of geek.
Insert horn noise.
Beep, 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 beep.
Anyway.
Hi, again. So yes, we basically over at All Ages Geek, we interview a bunch of independent creators because they just don't get enough of love.
Yes.
A round of applause for everyone that we've interviewed so far. We also promote a lot of games, a lot of animations, you know,
Voice actors.
The indie space, voice actors. We create websites for voice actors as well because they also don't get enough of love. And what else do we do? Oh, we do a bunch of crazy reactions. Whether that's to your favorite anime, your favorite shows, your favorite movies, your favorite books, your favorite anything. We've been doing this for years, so everything just started. You know what it is when you watch like a bunch of shows at the same time, or like good examples like when I don't drive, but here's the thing: when you play GTA and then you go driving, what happens to you?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So when you watch a bunch of shows and you do a bunch of reactions, it all kind of just starts like merging together, and you hear all these voices in your head. Trust me, we're not crazy. Anyway, a little bit. Yeah. We're from New Jersey, and Ted, go ahead. How did you go and meet these amazing people?
Yeah, so we actually met Boss Rush at PAX East in 2024. I was randomly sitting in the press room, and they came up to me and like, "Hey, who are you?" And I told them about All Ages Geek, and they're like, "Okay, let's interview you." So when I was very tired in the press room, we just sat down with them and did a cool interview. They're very, very nice people, so it was really cool that we could be part of this year.
No, it's funny because, you usually do all the interviewing.
Yeah, it was really weird.
How did that feel? Like, you usually do all the interviewing on All Ages Geeks, like podcast, but like, how did it feel for you to be interviewed?
It's weird, because when you're used to asking questions, when people start asking you questions, you're like, wait, how do I respond? Who am I? So it's like, okay, I'm usually like, okay, what do you do? And they're like, oh, hey, what do you do? And I'm like, oh.
It's like, I usually ask the questions here.
What's
happening?
So that's how we met. It was really cool.
Speaking of games and awesome conventions, what's our favorite game of the year? That I'm going to start with an indie. We have it right here.
Oh yeah. Oh, she's just promoted on her.
Techno Banter.
I don't know if you could see it, but it's a little pin of the.
Zoom in.
Yeah.
Zoom in right now. There it is, Techno Banter. It is one of those games where basically you have to take care of like this club, but there's so much more to it. It's a mixture of like those like tycoon games.
Yeah.
And then there's so much meaning behind it, but it's not one of those like force-feeding deep meaning things. It's one of those games where it's like it has comedy, but it's also like, I'm not going to force you a type of story. So it kind of goes into, you have to do management, and also kind of in a way like a visual novel almost.
Yeah, and the art style is really cool to the game too.
There's a lot of choice space, and if you make the wrong move,
it's so good.
I mean, you could like smash a freaking monkey's hands on the piano, which mind you, all of these animals are also like humans.
Yeah,
so
it's really sad and fun.
It's a really, really good game. I really do like the tiger in it. There's like an ape guy that comes in, and then you can like kind of say no to him, and then you kind of make your own type of like insults at people. You let him in, you're like this bouncer, and if you don't let him in, then they either get mad or they shun you, or then you dodge like their attacks, basically based on comeback. So it just overall is such a good game, and you actually did interview them over on PAX, right?
I think it's PAX West. We met the one of the developers of the game.
Yeah.
And it's just cool to see like meeting the people who made the game and then being able to play it. But it's definitely like one of those games that like if you're bored at night and you don't know what to do, like pick up this game. Because it's like there's a lot to the game. Like we only played like an hour of it, and it's like we barely got through.
Yeah, it was
any
just a demo too,
Yeah.
and the demo itself it gives you a lot of like the taste and feel of what it is. The characters are very like memorable, and the good thing about it too is if you're into like one of those like management type games, like things can go really wrong, and you get rewarded based on how you do. So you could either have a really bad club, a really good club, and everyone's experience with the game will be very different.
And it's cool because you can actually explore like the city. Because a lot of like choice-based games, it's very limited to what you can see. This one, it's like you can like walk around and like interact with like the laundromat, like all the stuff in the city. And it just definitely sets the tone of like what the game is trying to show.
Yeah, if you know the series Gumball, you know how like everyone looks different.
Yeah. We didn't even think
it's
about that.
very similar to that, where it's like the characters, like some of them look very pixelated, and it's supposed to be like that, and they move like this, but then like the background looks very, very heavily detailed. It's just there's so much to do within that game, and it is an indie, so please do check that out.
Yeah.
But outside of indies, we always go for the same two games like every single year. The Sims, even though despite the fact that the Sims, if you go into the community, there's a lot of like bugs and certain things in Sims 4, but overall, like it's out of love that the community of the Sims just want to help the game itself. Like modders are absolutely amazing what they can do in the Sims, and I think the reason why Sims is so good is because you can customize as much as you want. Not as much as Sims 3, but Sims 4 they look better. So like I said, and then also Legend of Zelda Wind Waker.
We still want it on the Switch.
I was still waiting for that. That's going to be like one of the most like highlights of our year.
Our life.
If it does, our life. If it does happen and go onto the Switch, everybody wants it to actually go on the Switch. It is one of those games that would be perfect for it because it's Nintendo like in general, like on GameCube, which was another one of the best consoles that were out there. And I feel like the best consoles for Nintendo is Switch then GameCube, but GameCube has better games. This is All Ages a Geek. I'm Ted. Yeah,
I'm Kat.
I'm Kat.
I'm Ted.
Thank you so much for tuning in.
Woo!
Hi, I'm Tristan Bellawalla. I'm an animation writer and content creator, and I was the narrative coordinator on Helldivers 2. I currently write for Webtoon, and I met the awesome folks over at Boss Rush at PAX West who were kind enough to show me around and made it an experience I will never forget. I'm excited to be here on the 2024 Bossies to present the Boss Key for Best Ongoing Game. The best ongoing games thrive by engaging players through consistent updates, polished gameplay, and a strong community to rely on. It delivers a core experience that feels rewarding, with mechanics that appeal to both casual and the most hardcore of gamers. Fresh content like new stories, maps, characters, events, and even community-made skins keeps the experience exciting, especially when shared with friends and family. Seasonal rewards and progression systems offer meaningful goals for those who love the grind to put their all in every hour of every day. Strong community engagement and active developer interaction make players feel valued, ensuring they stay excited to return time and time again. Here are the nominations for Best Ongoing Game. Fortnite by Epic Games. No Man's Sky by Hello Games.
Planet variety is far beyond what was possible.
Genshin Impact by miHoYo. Final Fantasy XIV Online by Creative Business Unit 3 and Square Enix. Destiny 2 by Bungie.
While we eliminate the remainder of its forces, our final chance.
And the Boss Key goes to Fortnite by Epic Games.
It's truly incredible to witness the way different video game communities thrive, powered by the passions of their fan bases. These spaces bring players together where they can connect, share their love for games, and build lasting relationships.
These communities continue to grow and evolve because of the dedication of players, creators, and fans alike that elevate gaming from just a pastime to a shared experience that unites us all. Thank you to everyone who contributes to making these communities so special, and we're all excited to see how they continue to shape the future of gaming.
Well, hey everybody, Amanda Van Heil here with my top 5 games of 2024. Let me just preface this by saying I have not played Astrobot, so if I had, it would probably be on my top 5. So I promise I'm not leaving Astrobot out. I just haven't played it yet because my backlog is ginormous and it's embarrassing. So let's get this puppy started. At number 5, I am giving it to Princess Peach Showtime for one reason, and that reason is Kung Fu Peach. Why is it that you're all excited about Kung Fu Peach? Well, because I train in Kung Fu. I love Kung Fu. I love seeing Princess Peach do Kung Fu. So, number 4 goes to Mario Party Jamboree. I got to play that at PAX West and had a lot of fun with it. I loved the little mini games, especially Sandwiched. That one's my favorite, and the sandwiches look so good, especially the egg salad. Oh my gosh. I've played it since it came out. Like, once it came out, I played it with, like, my friends online, and I've played it at home with my husband. I just want to point out my husband and I are still married, despite the fact that he has stolen stars from me, and I have stolen stars from him. And so if that's not love, I don't know what is. Yars Rising from Atari, and it is a, like, spiritual successor to Yars Revenge. And there are still elements of Yar's Revenge within the game. You get to play like that style of game, like as a mini game within the game. Is really neat. The rest of the game is a Metroidvania. I highly recommend it. I love the writing. The dialogue is so funny and so clever, and the voice acting and all the performances are fantastic. So now we're at number 2, which is Persona 3 Reload. That game is a just beautiful masterpiece. Everything about it, I love it so much. I love all the characters. One of the things I like about it is, compared to other Persona games, you get the majority of the party like early on, so you're not like at the end of the game and just meeting a character. And just the music is incredible. All of the actors did a wonderful job in their roles, especially, oh my gosh, Zeno Robinson as Junpei. His performance killed me. It was that good. And I don't know how he has not won every single award on the planet for that role, because it was just that incredible. But I loved Persona 3 Reload. I played it like as soon as it came out, and then sunk in well over 100 hours. And then the DLC, which came along with it, came like months later. I've been playing that also, but playing Persona 3 Reload inspired me to play Persona 4 Golden. So I played that this year, and then I was like, well, it's been a while since I played 5, so I decided I'd try 5 Royal because I never played that one. So 3 Persona games in 1 year, that's a lot. And at the number 1 spot, as a surprise to, I'm sure, nobody, my number 1 game is The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. To finally be able to play as Zelda after 38 years of the series is so incredible, despite it being her legend. And I loved the puzzle aspect and creating the various echoes, because Zelda represents the Triforce of Wisdom. So yes, there is going to be combat about it, but she's also very smart about it, because she's the Triforce of Wisdom. She's what represents it. And so just seeing different ways to solve all the different puzzles. I would stream it and my friends would come in and watch it, and there'd be some puzzles where they're like, there's a way easier way to go about this. And so some I would like make overly complicated. And then there would be some other ones where like I would solve it in 2 seconds with a really simple solution, and they're going, oh, well, I spent way longer on that puzzle than I needed to do then. So it's just neat that there's so many different ways to solve it. And then, of course, I think of all the sweet little kids, all the little, 8-year-old girls out there who make this their very first Zelda experience. I would have loved to have a really cool princess to play as when I was a little kid. And so I'm glad that opportunity is there for little girls now. Well, those are my top 5 games. Thank you so much to my sweet friends over at Boss Rush for having me on the video. You can find me on Zelda Universe TV on YouTube. We're pretty much showing up at a lot of events that Zelda Universe does. I also host the Shine Sparkers podcast, where I get to talk about Metroid. And really, I just show up places where Zelda is being discussed. Eventually, if there's a Zelda discussion happening, I'm going to show up somewhere. I also stream on Twitch. My channel is Panda Princessa, and you will see me playing an assortment of games, mainly variety of adventure platformers, Metroidvanias, and most importantly, my cats show up, and everybody wants to see my cats.
Hey there, my name is Jess Rappaport. I am the owner of Zelda Universe and the creator of Zelda Wiki, and these are my top 3 games from 2024, which is pretty easy for me because I pretty much only played 3 games in 2024. Specifically, I played Zelda games that I've never finished. It might surprise you, but for over 20 years, I had never played Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask. So, in 2024, I finished both. And I also finished Wind Waker HD, but we'll get back to that later. So you might be wondering, between Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, which one did I like better? And the answer is Majora's Mask. I loved Majora's Mask. I also loved Ocarina of Time, but they're really different games. Why do I love Majora's Mask? Well, my favorite Zelda game of all time is The Wind Waker. I love the emotional connection you get to the characters, the expressiveness in the art style, and I love that the story is focused on the emotions of those characters. So it's probably no surprise that Majora's Mask resonated a lot more deeply with me than Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time had a very specific job to be the first 3D Legend of Zelda, and that meant that its environment and its world was pretty generic, I felt. You know, it had to be the save the princess, you know, go through the standard dungeons, and I felt that the game itself was pretty long. Next to Twilight Princess, probably the longest Zelda game I've ever played. And with these Zelda games that get really, really long, I have the attention span of a peanut. And Majora's Mask, with its compact size, but filled to the brim with emotion and depth, really completely drew me in. You can see a lot of things that the Wind Waker pulled from Majora's Mask when you play through Majora's Mask. And I really appreciated the things that they took from Majora's Mask and put into the Wind Waker. But especially just getting all of that deep emotion and story out of the world in Majora's Mask. I love the self-contained nature and how it happens in a place that isn't Hyrule. The creativity in Majora's Mask is just, you know, turned up to 11. Ocarina of Time is a game that I've tried to play over the years many, many times. And when I first became a Zelda fan after playing Wind Waker on GameCube in 2003, I actually joined the Zelda Universe message boards as a member before I became the owner. And a lot of Ocarina of Time fans did not like the Wind Waker. And that kind of led to my decades-long protest of playing it because I didn't like the Ocarina of Time extremists, if you will. We have my guest star Finn in the back, by the way. Hi Finn, love you. Guest star Finn. This is what cats do. This is what cats do. Ocarina of Time was also incredibly heavily dungeon focused, and for me, I love exploring the worlds of Zelda. And so with Ocarina of Time having a world that to me felt a little more generic, with it going from dungeon to dungeon to dungeon, and the dungeons were long, it's no surprise that I latched on to Majora's Mask. The dungeons in Majora's Mask were also a lot better, and they fixed a lot of the issues that I had in Ocarina of Time, like needing to figure out how to put blue fire in a bottle, which is such a video game logic kind of puzzle, which I understand Nintendo doing that for their first try at 3D. And I do massively appreciate Ocarina of Time for being what it is and for being the first 3D Zelda. But for my money, I have to give it to Majora's Mask as the N64 Zelda game that I like the most. Now, I also played Wind Waker HD. It was my first time playing the HD version of Wind Waker, which truncates a lot of the more tedious things in the Wind Waker and adds a graphical overhaul. But finishing it all the way through, Wind Waker is exactly how I remember it. It is such a joy to play from start to finish. The art, the expressiveness. I love that there's so much detail packed into an art style that seems simple on its surface but holds so much complexity. You get so many great little features packed into the character designs that are able to support it, like Link having big expressive eyes is able to look around the room and give you hints about what's going on. And the dungeons are so vibrant and creative, and it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's just the right length for someone like me. Again, attention span the size of a peanut, so Wind Waker is perfect for me. So what was my favorite game of 2024? I gotta hand it to Wind Waker. Wind Waker's the GOAT. Sorry, Majora's Mask. It was no contest. Wind Waker is my absolute favorite Zelda game, and every time I play it, I am reminded of why it is the absolute peak of Zelda, even more than modern Zelda games than Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I love the Wind Waker, and I've got to hand it to Majora's Mask for being a big surprise for me with how much I loved it, because I did think that I was going to like Ocarina of Time a lot more. That is my top 3 games of 2024, playing Legend of Zelda games that I have never finished. If you want to see me play more Zelda games that I've never played before, because there are still a few, I'm going to be playing A Link to the Past over on my Twitch channel this year at twitch.tv/JessRappaport. And you can always find me on Twitter or Instagram or any other social network at Golden Chaos. And if you want to find Zelda Universe, it's of course zeldauniverse.net. If you want to find Zelda Universe on social media, on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/ZeldaUniverseTV, and on Twitter, it's at Zelda Universe. Thanks so much, and I'm looking forward to a great 2025.
Whether they cover issues players face daily or raise awareness for causes they care about, games have significant impact beyond playing time.
In recent years, studios have taken that to heart and gone beyond a fun experience to impact their fan bases. There have been moments full of surprises we won't forget, and even those games that didn't quite land still deserve to be acknowledged.
In our quest to create a better gaming community, Boss Rush seeks titles that go beyond traditional storytelling to deliver powerful messages, promote awareness, and create meaningful connections. We seek out organizations that are dedicated to doing the same. These nominees highlight important issues such as mental health, diversity, accessibility, and grief. As a mental health advocate, I was honored when I was asked to present the award for games making the biggest impact. We look forward to celebrating more games like this in the years to come as we work together to ensure that every gamer is heard. Before I share the nominees, I want to turn things over to Joe Telesk, the Executive Director of Guardians Mental Health. Guardians Mental Health has done amazing work in raising awareness about mental health in the gaming space. Over to you, Joe.
Hello, everyone. I am honored to be here representing Guardians Mental Health, a nonprofit dedicated to promoting mental health awareness throughout the gaming community. Our mission is to provide essential resources, meaningful programs, and create supportive, inclusive environments where everyone can thrive. Tonight, we celebrate not just our achievements, but the power of community and the importance of mental well-being. Thank you for your support and for believing in our cause. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing Guardians Mental Health's work, Joe. Without further ado, the nominees for games making the biggest impact are...
And the nominees are... Black Myth: Wukong by Game Science.
Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 by Ninja Theory.
Of the lost ones.
Indica by Odd Meter.
So many options.
Tales of Kenzara Zhao by Surgent Studios.
My name is Zhao.
Until Then by Polychroma.
And the boss key goes to...
I can feel them on my skin.
Senua's Saga.
Inked in blood. I won't stop fighting for them. Until the very last beat fades away.
Before we move into the next segment, I want to take a few moments to say something about mental health awareness. For the last 2 years, I've been going through a few things and learning more about myself that I'm not sure I used to want to learn, right? Sometimes the stigma is embarrassing. Sometimes the stigma sticks depending on where you're from or who you're around or, what you're a part of. But I can't thank Guardians Mental Health and Joe Telesk enough for providing the resources that they did for me and looking out for people who are struggling with this. That's why we've invited them to be a part of the show. That's why they're going to be a part of the next segment. Their impact on my life, as well as many others, has been crucial. And I can't thank them enough. I interviewed Joe earlier this year with Mary Helen this summer, and it was one of the best experiences I've ever had. And then, playing through Hellblade and Hellblade 2 and really connecting with that character really brought a lot forward that made me realize how much I had been struggling and will continue to struggle. But, this is just a reminder that you are not alone and that Guardians Mental Health, as well as many other services like Geek Therapeutics or, non-gaming related organizations are out there to help. And if you are suffering, you can reach out to me, reach out to one of these organizations. They will point you in the right direction. They will provide the resources, and we hope that you do that. On with the show.
Hey everybody, my name's CJB, and I really like indie games and like sharing them with you guys. I'm a content creator who likes showcasing awesome, underappreciated indie games, and I'm also trying to put an end to the statement that there's just nothing to play. I got to meet the Boss Rush crew at PAX East earlier this year and found out how awesome all these guys really are. Well, except for that one person, but I'll try and let them figure out which one that is on their own. I'm thrilled to be here presenting the Boss Key for the best feel-good game at the 2024 Bossies. A great feel-good game is one that wraps you in warmth and positivity from the moment you start. It might be the charming characters, vibrant visuals, or uplifting music that creates a sense of joy and comfort. These games celebrate small victories, letting you explore, create, or simply unwind without pressure. Whether it's a cozy farming sim, a whimsical platformer, or a heartfelt story-driven adventure, the best feel-good games leave you smiling, with a gentle reminder of the simple pleasures gaming can bring to our lives. And it's now my pleasure to announce the nominees for the best feel-good game. Balatro by Local Thunk. Mika and the Witch's Mountain by Chibig and Nukefest. Astrobot by Team Asobi. Endless Ocean Luminous by Eureka. Little Kitty Big City by Double Dagger Studios. And the Boss Key goes to Astrobot by Team Asobi.
Greetings and salutations. This is Snerts, aka Joshua Stearns, from the PlayStation Experience podcast on the Play Some Video Games Network. I'm also the co-creator of Sacklerlicious with Robin and Snerts, a Simpsons review show. Thanks to Edward and the Boss Rush Network for including me on the Bossies. Here are my 3 personal favorite games for 2024. First up is Horizon Forbidden West. Played it and the Burning Shores DLC for the first time this year. And folks, I gotta tell you, fighting giant mechanical monsters never gets old. This gorgeous game, diverse environments, exciting gameplay, and sheer scope makes it an easy pick for the year. Next is Star Wars Outlaws. Playing a Han Solo type character and exploring the non-Jedi Sith side of the galaxy was amazing. From the smaller touches like different planetary cuisine to the larger action set pieces, this game is a win. The first DLC mission featuring the iconic Lando Calrissian was an excellent addition. And don't let the detractors fool you. This is a fun Star Wars game. I think also potentially Uncharted fans will enjoy it. give it a shot, especially if you see it on discount. It's definitely going to be worth the price. Finally, Helldivers 2, the mega hit that started the year. It was pretty rad to see so many different peer and family groups playing this game. Once the crossplay issues were ironed out, there was nothing standing in the way of freedom and democracy except for the killer robots and the deadly bugs and maybe some weird patch updates down the road. Still, amazing game, and I'm sure it's going to continue to have a place in the multiplayer sphere. All right, well, those are my 3 personal favorite games for 2024. Please check out the PlayStation Experience and Sacrilegious on your podcast platform of choice. I am Lord Snerts on most of the things. So thanks again to the Boss Rush Network for the invitation to the Bossies. Take care, everybody. Happy New Year.
What is going on, everyone? Matt here from PlayStation Generation over on Console Creatures. I am here at the Bossies to talk about my 3 favorite games of the year. This year was packed with so many incredible games, so many fantastic JRPGs, so many amazing indies. So I'm here to talk about my favorite 3. In my 3rd slot is Astrobot. I know, I host a PlayStation podcast. This should be my number 1. And honestly, my top 3 could really go in any order given on any day. I love the 3 of them so much, but in my 3rd slot is Astrobot. This is a game that I was incredibly excited for. I've been an Astrobot fan since Rescue Mission on PSVR 1. I loved the playroom. So coming into Astrobot, I knew what Team Asobi had in the tank. I knew that they had something really special ready to go for us. But despite that, it still blew me away and surprised me in ways that I never really anticipated. It's just so much fun. It's a game that never forgets exactly what it is, and it is there to give the player an incredible and fun adventure from start to finish. There's so much love for PlayStation fans here and for PlayStation's 30th history. There's so much in this game. The way that the flowers move and the way that they pop, the level design, the PlayStation cameos all the way through. There's just so much packed in here that makes you smile from ear to ear. I had a blast playing this from start to back. On any other year, it probably would have been in my top slot. But Astrobot is just a massive reminder on what games are supposed to be, and it remembers in every instance that it is fun. In my 2nd slot, Metaphor ReFantasio. I am a massive Persona fan. So when Atlas announced that Studio Zero was taking the formula and bringing it into a medieval fantasy setting, I was going to be seated day one, no matter what. And I kind of expected that to be all it was going to be, but Metaphor takes that foundation and runs with it in so many new and exciting directions. The job system is so fluid. There's so much different ways that you can spec your characters in your party. You can make a healer tank. You can make a DPS healer. There's just so many different ways that you can mess with that system. That is really cool. The characters are fantastic. The story is incredible. It deals with so much more than I think I was expecting from it. Centered around this battle for the crown, but also dealing with classism, racism, religious fanaticism, and so much more. Metaphor is just incredible. It is probably the best RPG this year and one of my favorites of all time. It's worth everyone playing and checking out. Metaphor is just incredible. There is one game, though, that while I think it's probably a worse game, it is still my favorite game of the year, and that's Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I have so much love for the Yakuza Like a Dragon series. So getting Infinite Wealth almost felt like a pipe dream. We thought Kiryu was gone, and they brought him back for another round with Ichiban. And seeing these 2 protagonists on screen together was just such an incredibly special moment. And Kiryu dealing with everything that he's dealing with in that game is just incredibly poignant and handled in a really fantastic way. Taking us out of Japan to Hawaii for the first time. Everything about Infinite Wealth is just personifies what I love about gaming. It is a incredible story with fantastic characters. There's so much to do, from a Pokemon style monster catching mini game to an Animal Crossing like island management simulator. Infinite Wealth just does what everything that RGG does, distilled into one game. A mix of a core and emotional, heartfelt story with ridiculously wild side content. That game means everything to me. Infinite Wealth is my game of the year. Thank you so much for listening to me talk for the last couple minutes about my games of the year. Come check us out on consolecreators.com. PlayStation Generation is live every Sunday at 8 p.m. Thank you to the Bossies for inviting me out here. I appreciate you all so very much. Have a safe and wonderful holiday and a new year. We'll see you next time.
Making games takes a lot of time and hard work. For some titles, the results may end up differently than we expect. There are certain games that need more polish, and there are certain games that failed on many levels. Here are the nominees for Best Worst Game.
Spontaneous creative decision made after years of careful research. Being really old.
Concord by Firewalk Studios.
Almost dying is the best way to learn how not to die. Besides, it worked, didn't it? Soon.
Funko Fusion by 1010 Games. Multiverses by Player First Games. Slitterhead by Bouquet Games. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League by Rocksteady. And the boss key goes to
Take any job, face any enemy.
Concord by Firewalk Studio.
We're the free gunner crew of the North Star. And together, we're going to make our mark on this galaxy.
Hi everyone, my name is Ash Said Hi, and I broadcast on twitch.tv/Ash Said Hi, where my main focus is retro games and indie games with a retro vibe. I love connecting with people through the joy of nostalgia and retro games, and the vibe of my channel is kind of like something like Mr. Rogers Made for Adults, where it's comforting, fun, and really awesome for anybody who loves retro games. I have known the Boss Rush community because we did a few podcasts together and they were really awesome. I had such a good time. It was great conversation, and hopefully we'll do some more in the future so that way you can have some fun things to listen to, especially from somebody like me who loves retro games. I'm excited to be here at the 2024 Bossies presenting the Boss Key for the best remake or remaster. We all know that nostalgia is a powerful emotion. It's that special connection to the past that brings back memories of simpler times, imaginative characters, and fewer buttons. It transports us back to moments that helped define who we are as gamers. Nostalgia is a force that continues to shape our industry, inspiring countless games each year and giving new life to beloved classics through remakes and remasters. These modern reimaginings breathe fresh life into the games that once captivated us, combining the familiar with modern visuals, improved mechanics, quality of life enhancements, and enriched storytelling. They let us relive those beloved experiences while offering something new, proving that the magic of the past can be rediscovered in the present. Here are the nominees for Best Remake or Remaster. Dragon Quest III 2D HD by Team Asano. Mario vs. Donkey Kong by Nintendo. Silent Hill 2 by Bloober Team. Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection by Capcom. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy by Capcom. And the boss key goes to...
We're all the same.
Silent Hill 2 by Bloober Team.
Are you afraid?
Run!
What's going on, everybody? It's your boy, Lord Chris Jones,
community manager, lordsofgaming.net. Shout out to Corey. Shout out to the Bossies, Boss Rush Network, Boss Rush Media, the whole team. Pleasure to have met you guys at PAX East this year. Great to consider you friends. But Chris Jones, community manager, part of the Bossies. You wanted my top 5 games of 2024. We'll start off with number 5, Unicorn Overlord. If you know Chris, you know me. You know I'm a sucker for a good tactical strategy game, RPG, anything to have to do with putting my mind to the test, so to speak. Unicorn Overlord definitely what's the palate, so to speak. Great artwork, great musical soundtrack, lots of strategic know-how to be had. We're going to go with number 4, and that's going to be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, great artwork, great soundtrack. One of the best moments of 2024, I'm not going to spoil anything, one of the best moments of 2024 in gaming, period, happens in this game. You know, Final Fantasy's always been a great series. I love me some Final Fantasy. Number 3 on the list, gotta go with Metaphor ReFantazio. The demo did an amazing job giving enough time for people to get the feel of the game, see what they're going to get into, and Atlas, another hit on their hands. Metaphor in the same realm, kind of a Persona-like game, and I look forward to continuing to play that. Number 2 and number 1 on the list are interchangeable. This was a tough choice for me. If you know me for the past couple years, I've been Lord Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes. I'm an old school JRPG guy. But number 2, I'm going to go with Yakuza Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Love me some Ichiban, Cosmic Kiryu, Yang Yao, amazing voice actor for the English version of Kiryu in this game. Great job, great continuation of the Like a Dragon story. My personal favorite moment happens in this game. I know Lord Cognito, if you know him, he'd agree with me that our favorite moment in a game from 2024 happens in this game. Great story. I love everything about the Yakuza franchise. But number 1, you know me, like I said, Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes. Amazing game, start to finish. Essentially perfect to me for my experience when I reviewed it on PC. It does a great job at doing what it's supposed to do, being a spiritual successor for my favorite video game series, Suikoden. Continues on the legacy of that style of gameplay, but brings a modern look to it. The 2D sprites and the 3D world. You could be going through like a forest, and you can see some of the plants moving, stuff like that. 120 unique heroes, unique backstories. Every character feels unique. You can get a chance to recruit all of them. Amazing story. I'm not going to spoil any of it, but it is a perfect successor to what a future Suikoden should be. Luckily, we got the chance to experience it. We lost Yoshitaka Murayama right before the game released, but luckily the team, put their best foot forward, strive to put out the best possible product, and they succeeded. I love the game. It's not quite Suikoden. Suikoden's always my baby, but Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes, my personal number 1 game of the year. Once again, this was Lord Chris, aka community manager, lordsofgaming.net. Shout out to the Bossies, shout out to Corey, the entire team. I love you guys. Salute.
Hey everybody, it's Ebontis, and I want to thank the Boss Rush team for including me in the Bossies this year. And I wanted to take a second to shout out my top kind of few big moments of the year, just whether it was games or experiences or whatever it may be. And if you guys don't know me, I've covered Destiny for years and years, Destiny 2, and then of course in the past few years I branched out to cover a whole bunch of things. Also did the Last Word podcast with Lord Cognito and Ty Guy Travis. Great guys out there. Thank you guys for sharing the podcast with me. But this year in 2024, I've played a lot of different games. Some of my favorite experiences this year have been all over the map, but for me, if I have to pick out a couple, almost 3 moments from gaming, I don't even have my top 10 per se ironed out, but Black Myth Wukong has a sequence in it, because if you go through and do the true ending, which is what they call it, it is a optional boss, one of the hardest fights in the game, but such a satisfying experience to beat. But after you beat that optional boss fight, what transpires after that is something that, like, everybody who plays the game should experience, because it is just such a unique experience to the game. one more thing in that game that I didn't expect that they would do. So if you do go through and play the game, again, I went through pretty organically, found most things, but before you get to the final chapter, go through and try and look at a guide to see what you may have missed, and try and make sure you experience that piece of Black Myth Wukong. It's fantastic, and it is one of my top games of the year. Second one for me might actually, it's a toss-up. Like, Balatro is a fantastic game. Prince of Persia: Lost Guardian is one of the best Metroidvanias I played all year, but Pacific Drive, for me, was a game I was like, it looks kind of cool. You're tinkering with this like station wagon in this anomaly-filled zone, and it is just such a bizarre start to a game. But the way the game came together is you're building the parts, getting farther in, the story that took place in there, kind of the emotions that hit in the very end. The ending of Pacific Drive is one of those moments that sticks with you. And it's gonna be a funky game, and it may not land for everybody, but I am so happy that I got to play that game. I'm so happy that game exists. And if you get a chance to play Pacific Drive, try and stick it out to the end, because it really does come together, and it's a great, great game. Final moment for me is probably going to be Destiny 2 in the final shape. The way they landed the plane after 10 years, I got tears in my eyes at a moment. The finale, the raid, the missions, the cinematics, the campaign for the final shape, from mission 1 through the raid in the middle, mission 8 with the big culmination with like 12 people, and then the cinematic at the end of all that, is kind of a moment I'm never going to forget. I don't know what the future of Destiny holds, but the final shape and the way that campaign start to finish, but the ending of that campaign especially, is truly unforgettable for somebody who's been with the franchise for a decade now. So thank you, Corey, and everybody at the Boss Rush team. Shout out to everybody involved in the Bossies, and hopefully you all have a great holiday, New Year's, and enjoy what's coming in 2025, because there's a lot more games to come.
All right, and we are live. Lord Cognito here, CEO of LordsOfGaming.net, host of the Iron Lords podcast, co-host of Defining Duke and the Last Word podcast, and I'm honored to be a presenter here at the 2024 Bossies, man. Shout out to Corey and the whole team. Got a chance and a pleasure to meet him at PAX and the Lords of the Boss Rush Media. I like that name, Boss Rush. Getting your bosses on and all that. But salute to that. And I was actually honored to be a part of the Boss Rush Network podcast. But yeah, we're here to talk to Bossies. The Boss Rush 2024 Bossies, and I'm proud to present the award for the best surprise in Xbox Game Pass in 2024. Over the past year, Xbox Game Pass continued to impress us with a mix of creative indies, unique AA titles, and some long-awaited first-party releases. We were blown away by the stunning graphics of Hellblade 2, brand new adventure with Indiana Jones, and the unique designs of Jusant and Dungeons of Hindenburg. The service also brought standout Japanese titles like Persona 3 Reload, Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess, showing how Xbox Game Pass kept surprising and delighting its fans with a variety of experiences. So here are the nominations for the best surprise on Xbox Game Pass. Power World by Pocket Pair. Dungeons of Hindenburg by Microburg Games. Still Wakes the Deep by the Chinese Room. Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess by Capcom. And the boss key goes to Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess. Man, congratulations, Kunitsugamie, Path of the Goddess, and the entire development team. Shout out to Capcom for giving us and blessing us with this unique Kagura-style action game, turn-based / RTS with bosses, and it's a work of art, man. These type of games you rarely see anymore, and it's very cool to see Capcom take a chance on something like this, which is so unique in the space, as well as shout out to Xbox and Game Pass for taking a chance on this and actually helping to fund the game. I'm a huge fan of this game. I always kind of wax poetic on it, and I'm very proud that they were able to win because I'm really a champion of this game. But again, salute to Kunitsugamie Path to the Goddess, one of the standouts in 2024, and definitely one of the best surprises on Xbox Game Pass.
Hey everybody, my name is Dan, but you might know me as Dan O'Mac from my YouTube channel where I talk your ear off about video games, I do reviews, I make lists, all sorts of stuff there. I've been a good friend of Boss Rush for a while. I used to write for the site, which was exciting, and now I just do my own thing, but I've always found my way back and forth onto their podcasts. And now I'm thrilled to be here at the 2024 Bossies to present the Boss Key for Best Indie Game by a Solo Developer. Indie games hold a special place in our hearts, offering bold creativity, personal expression, and innovative ideas that often go beyond the limits of AAA titles who can't afford to take those kinds of risks. When crafted by a single developer, these games become even more extraordinary, showcasing a pure, unfiltered vision. With limited resources, solo developers rely on clever design and innovative problem solving to deliver unforgettable experiences. Their dreams, passion, and dedication create games that feel personal, connecting with players in ways large-scale productions often cannot. And that is why Boss Rush has added this category for this year's Bossies. The nominees for Best Indie Game by a Solo Developer are Fairwell North by Kyle Banks and Moon Eye Studios, Crypt Custodian by Kyle Thompson, Balatro by Local Thunk, Ast Libra Revision by Keizo, Animal Well by Billy Basso and Shared Memory LLC. And the Boss Key goes to Balatro by Local Thunk.
Hi there, I'm Dave Jackson, host of the Tales from the Backlog podcast. Tales from the Backlog is a weekly Backlog Games review podcast where each episode, myself and a different guest go deep on the game of the week, including a no-spoiler section for quite some time. So if you are curious about a game, you want to check it out, but you don't want to be spoiled, you can listen to any episode of my show, and you can stick around after that spoiler warning for a deep dive discussion on usually the story, but sometimes other spoilery things within that game. You may want to check out the episode that Boss Rush co-host Stephanie Klimov was on about Silent Hill that came out in October 2024. But there's like 150 games in the feed, so you can check out any game that you're curious about. And I'm happy to be part of this as a part of the extended Boss Rush network. I met up with the Boss Rush crew at PAX East 2024 for the first time when Corey and Stephanie decided they wanted to interview me, of all people, and talk about the show, talk about stuff at PAX East. So that was my introduction, and it's just been a wonderful group of people and extended community in the Discord server and stuff like that. So that is me, and I am thrilled to be here presenting the Boss Key for Game That Plays Best on Handheld PCs at the 2024 Bossies. Nintendo Switch proved that console-quality games can be played anywhere, seamlessly transitioning from portable to TV mode with ease. This innovation showed the world that portability didn't have to come at the cost of high-quality gaming experience. Devices like the Steam Deck and ROG Ally have taken this concept further, delivering cutting-edge mobile performance and customizable features that bring PC gaming into the handheld space, while bringing your already existing libraries with you. These advancements have blurred the lines between portability and performance, redefining how and where we play. And without further ado, here are the nominations for the game that plays the best on handheld PCs. Balatro by Local Thunk. Dragon Age: The Veilguard by BioWare.
Maybe that's what's...
God of War Ragnarok by Sony Santa Monica Studio. Kunitsugami: Path of the Goddess by Capcom. Animal Well by Billy Basso and Shared Memory LLC. And the boss key goes to... Balatro by Local Thunk.
Thanks, Corey, and thanks to Boss Rush for including Indie Nation in this year's roundup. I'm Geoff, and across the 109 indie games we played in 2024, these are 3 of our favorites. We start with Berserk Boy, the action platformer drenched in 90s futuristic vibes that plays like Mega Man Zero with inspiration from cult classics like Rocket Knight and Pulseman. The evil Dr. Genos and his Berserk orb-wielding minions are up to no good, and your paramilitary resistance team has just learned that every time you take out one of those minions, you absorb not only their power, but their entire form as well. Across 15 stages with a central hub area, initial reviews from back in March criticized the game's required backtracking, but since that was recently patched out, you can now blow right through the stages, get your powers, and beat the game. Or take your time, use all your abilities to find every collectible, and play quick and stylishly to earn an S rank in each level. Regardless of your preference, though, the game's gorgeous 32-bit pixel art, stellar soundtrack by the illustrious T. Lopes, and gameplay that feels so good you won't want to put it down, be prepared for every minute of Berserk Boy to deliver a retro-inspired delight. Next up is 2024's most overlooked game, Grapple Dogs Cosmic Canines, which is an absolute treat from start to finish that might have been overlooked due to it being a sequel of 2022's wonderful Grapple Dog. Sure, there's another soundtrack by Jazz Mickle, and the further refined visuals take that Game Boy Advance charm to the nth degree, but there's so much more going on here. Cosmic Canines introduces Luna, who fits the bill as a new character in a 2000s-era-inspired sequel by being a dark, brooding companion with eyeliner and guns. Pablo's still here, charming and oblivious as ever, and since levels are divvied up between the two characters, his upgraded moveset accompanies generally larger stages you'll explore while still using the best grappling hook in all of video games. Playing as Luna, your dual guns auto-aim and auto-reload, but manage to change the moment-to-moment gameplay significantly, focusing more on combat with more complex enemies, and a general sense of pushing towards the end of the stage compared to Pablo's typically more relaxed pacing. The sequel allows far more freedom in how you tackle the stages, and also includes a slew of accessibility options so you can tune the difficulty and experience to your liking. Perhaps too many gamers just fell in love with the original and assumed the sequel would be more of the same, but I'm here to tell you, it is so much more. In fact, Grapple Dogs Cosmic Canines is definitely towards the top of our favorite games of 2024. We round out today's list with a title that just dropped in December, but has already made that big of an impression on us. Savant Ascent Remix was originally released for PC in 2013 before D-Pad Studio would go on to release their masterpiece Owlboy in 2016. In 2023, Savant Ascent received a 10-year anniversary remake, and that is what just came to the Switch. You play as a wizard riding an elevator to the top of a tower owned by the bad guy who's sending all his minions down to try and stop you. You shoot enemies by pointing the right analog stick at them, and have various abilities mapped to the shoulder buttons. Those abilities, which are key to survival, recharge as you move, and your moveset is very limited. You flick left or right to hop on one elevator or the other, up to jump, and hold down to charge your attack. And that's it. The combination of score and combo chasing being tied to movement means you're constantly jumping, flipping, and dashing to dodge attacks while firing off your own. And it all feels incredibly satisfying thanks to quick, responsive controls and audio-visual cues that'll keep your blood pumping. There's 2 modes, Classic and Remix, which change how upgrades and stage progression are handled, and I've had a blast climbing my way up the leaderboards in both, with runs usually delivering 20 to 30 minutes of non-stop arcadey action. Savant Ascent Remix might not be everyone's cup of tea, but if you like what you see, rest assured that it does deliver, and with a launch price of only $7.49, it's definitely one worth taking a chance on. Thanks so much to the team at Boss Rush for including Nindy Nation in this year-end wrap-up, and I hope to see you over in the Nation of Nindy, where we always find just the thing to keep your Joy-Cons synced.
Hey, what's up, Boss Rushers? It's Trey from Nintendo Main Podcast, and I'm so happy to be here, and thank you for having me on for the Bossies. Let's talk about 3 of my favorite games for 2024. 2024 may have not been as big as 2023, but there have been so many good games coming out, and it's hard to narrow it down to 3, but I will do my best, so let's get going. Number 1 is Yakuza Kiwami. I nearly lost it when I saw that Yakuza was finally going to make an appearance on Nintendo Switch. I remember the first time I was on Nintendo Pow Block, Ed asked me what game series I wanted to see on Switch, and I said, Yakuza. I wanted this for a long time, and I thought it was never going to happen because the Yakuza creator himself said that the Switch was a toy system for kids, and Yakuza was too mature to be put on the system. But here we are, and it finally came out. For the few that have not been able to experience it, now you can on the Nintendo Switch, and you can play it on the go. It's a lot of fun. Check it out. Live in a giant world in a tiny space in Kamurocho and Yakuza Kiwami. It's only $20 and digital only. Get it. Number 2, Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake. It feels like this game was announced oh so long ago, and it is finally available to play for Nintendo Switch. Dragon Quest III is considered by many to be one of the greatest RPGs of all time, and it's really cool to see it get the HD 2D treatment. But that is not all it got. It also got a brand new class, the Monster Wrangler, so you can go around and find monsters in the world, and you can use them to fight in the tournaments and all that. They added all that, but that's not all they added. They also got new cutscenes with spoken dialogue, expanded dungeons, and so much more. The late Akira Toriyama's artwork has never looked so great on this game. It looks beautiful, and now people can experience the first console RPG with a class mechanic and on the go on Nintendo Switch. Go get it. Number 3, Ys 10 Nordics. It's Ys, and it's on a boat. Ys is one of my favorite action RPG series, and I was very excited to finally see it make its way stateside. The great thing about this one is that Falcom designed it specifically for the Nintendo Switch, so it runs better than any of the previous entries have been on the Switch. You take on the role as the hero for the Ys series, Adol, Kristen, and the Viking princess Karja, and you take your boat to the high seas to rescue many people who have been turned into Griegers, and you can convert them back into humans, and once you can convert them into humans, they become your shipmates, and they can travel with you on the boat and help you upgrade your boat, and all that sort of thing. And yeah, it's very exciting, and the soundtrack still kicks ass, just like it does in all the other Ys games. So it's baller as hell. So you owe it to yourself to check this one out, and it even has a 7-hour plus demo that carries into the regular game. So don't miss the boat with this one. Get out there and get some Ys. And that's it. That's my 3 big game releases for 2023. Thank you so much for having me on here, and I hope to see you on Nintendo Main, or see me on Nintendo Pow Block, or whatever else you're doing, Boss Rushers. Let's do it, and hope to see you in the future. But thanks so much. See you later.
2024 was another year filled with unforgettable and iconic moments. Decades-long stories reached their climactic conclusions. Thrilling final pushes kept players on edge, and unexpected revelations left a lasting impact. Emotional finales brought triumph and nostalgia, while revisiting one of gaming's most iconic sequences reminded us of its legacy. From small victories to major milestones, 2024 proved that gaming can tell stories as powerful as any movie, TV show, or book. Here are the biggest moments of 2024 as voted on by Boss Rush. The last level, Neva. The Forest Sanctuary Revelation, Metaphor, Refantasio. The Final Push, Dragon Age, The Veilguard. Ghost and Cade's Sacrifice, Destiny 2, The Final Shape.
My light. Nobody makes my fate but me.
Aerith's Fate, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And the boss key goes to Aerith's Fate, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Whether they cover issues players face daily or raise awareness of causes they care about, games have a significant impact beyond playing time.
If you know of a studio or organization that seeks to make a difference beyond the controller, please let us know. We hope that in years to come, this segment continues to grow and highlight those companies making a difference and raising awareness to important causes.
Hey everyone, thanks for having me on the 2024 Bossies. My name is Noah, but you may know me as Some Humble Onion, and I'm the creator of a game called Smushy Come Home. I know we're here to celebrate some of our favorite gaming moments of 2024, and honestly, this has probably been my most diverse gaming year ever. But there were a couple that really stood out to me that I pretty much played through all the way, and the first one being Small Saga. This game really took me by surprise, and I don't even usually play RPGs, but it's a really good one I highly recommend checking out. The second game on my list is Galutrad. I'm sure you've heard of it by now, and this game is just so good for so many reasons. You really just need to go try it out. But it's so addictive, it's kind of difficult to learn at first, but it has a lot to offer. And it really is just the game that keeps on giving. And lastly, probably my favorite game that I played with friends this year was V Rising. If you're a fan of like hack and slash, but kind of Diablo-esque styled games, and you want something that you don't have to sink 100 hours into to beat, I would say V Rising is a great choice. Thanks again for having me on the 2024 Bossies, and be sure to check out my game Smushy Come Home. It's on Steam, Nintendo Switch, and we even have some physical copies now.
As games have evolved, so too have the genres that define them. Over time, the lines between genres have blurred, blending action, adventure, role-playing, and more into experiences that are often difficult to categorize. However, these genres still serve an important purpose. They showcase the incredible diversity and creativity that only games can truly offer us as gamers.
Each genre offers something unique, from the thrill of fast-paced combat to the depth of richly told story or the strategy of solving complex puzzles. Tonight, we honor the best each genre has to offer, shining a spotlight on the games that pushed boundaries, set new standards, and left a lasting impact on us in 2024.
The sound of coins clinking on the cabinet, the smell of stale sweat and cigarette smoke, and the nerves of competition. Oh, the nostalgia of arcades. Fighting games have been a driving force behind the evolution of video games. They combine well-balanced mechanics, smart strategies, and intense competition, allowing us to test our abilities. Mechanics like precise timing and complex combos reward mastery, making each match feel like a unique challenge. We would also be remiss if we didn't mention the biggest draw, their diverse roster of characters, each with distinct moves and over-the-top backstories. Fighting games are a true pinnacle of competitive gaming. Here are the nominees for Best Fighting Game 2024. Blazing Strike by Rare Breed Makes Games. Multiverses by Player First Games. Tekken 8 by Bandai Namco. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero by Spike Chunsoft. Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising by Arc System Works. And the boss key goes to
Believe in yourself.
Tekken 8 by Bandai Namco.
Hi, Boss Rush fans. My name is MJ Kuhn. I am a fantasy and science fiction author and a video game fanatic. And I'm here today to talk specifically to the Assassin's Creed fans in the house. I'm talking to everyone. But if you are a fan of games like Assassin's Creed, or you've been a fan of books like Mistborn or The Lies of Locke Lamora, or you're craving fiction that has all of the magic and betrayal elements of a Game of Thrones mixed with the humor and crime fiction elements of Ocean's 11, boy, do I have the books for you. It's my series, The Tales of Timor Duology, Among Thieves, and the sequel, Thick as Thieves. So these books follow 6 thieves that team up to steal a magical artifact, but every member of our heist team is secretly planning to betray the rest of the crew and take the loot for themselves and for their own reasons. So if you are a fan of humor and action and a little bit of skullduggery, check out my completed duology, The Tales of Timor. It's available wherever books are sold.
Hey guys, it's Baron J67 with LV1 Gaming. We're a video game website that focuses on news, reviews, and everything in between. You can find all of our content at lv1gaming.com, and if you're looking to watch our video content, youtube.com/lv1gaming20. Now, let me talk about how I met these great folks here at Boss Rush. Now, this is my first time going to a big live gaming event, and I'm over at PAX. I believe it was PAX East, and I just see this horde of journalists, photographers, content creators, people mic'd up. I thought these guys were the news, and they are video game news. And Boss Rush really moves in force, and it's something amazing to see. And they definitely made me feel welcome, especially me being there with a small team, if not by myself, at these events. So to see them move like a family and collect content, and everywhere you turn at these major events, you see somebody from Boss Rush. It's inspiring. And then I'm also just truly grateful that they gave me this opportunity to be here today. I'm excited to have been invited to present the Boss Key for Best Strategy Game at the 2024 Bossies. Great strategy games emphasize planning and decision making over quick action, pushing players to craft and adapt their strategies using elements like tactics, diplomacy, and exploration. The best games strike a perfect balance between depth and clarity, delivering rewarding progression and a sense of urgency and an endless replayability. With intuitive design and dynamic challenges, they create unforgettable experiences that keep players coming back for more. Metal Slug Tactics by Lightyear Studio. Kunitsigami Path of the Goddess by Capcom. Frostpunk 2 by 11-Bit Studios. Unicorn Overlord by Vanillaware. Manor Lords by Slavic Magic. The Boss Key for Best Strategy Game 2.
The world stands consumed by immense evil. A fallen prince shall rise again. Ring of legend lighting his
Unicorn Overlord by Vanillaware.
That is the Ring of the Unicorn, ancestral treasure of Cornia's royal lineage. Legend speaks of your ancestors wielding it to purify evil.
Yet the answer is clear as day now. The path before us is laid bare, and all that remains now is to walk it. Walk it I will, Mother.
gamers? This is Adam Gumbert from Respawn Aim Fire, the Kick-Ass Reverend Gaming Podcast, brought to you by Affable Idiots. I'm honored to be here today. Corey personally invited me. I actually met a lot of the Boss Rush crew at PAX. PAX is a great place. Met up with some amazing people, had panels, had a good time, and I was more than excited to come on and announce an award for probably the best category in the entire awards ceremony. So let's go ahead and get into it. I'm thrilled to be here at the 2024 Bossies to present the Boss Key for Best Sports or Simulation Game. This category honors games that capture the heart-pounding rush of competition, whether it's pulling off that bowl game-winning interception, go Big Blue, crossing the finish line by the nose of your car, or the satisfaction of perfecting the landing of your first flight. These titles excel at delivering refined mechanics, strong fundamentals, and an immersive sense of realism, bringing modern sports, racing, and simulation experiences to life. They remind us why we love the thrill of the game and the power of virtual worlds to push our skills and imaginations to new heights. Here are the nominees for Best Sports or Simulation Game. Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown by Kyloton. EA Sports College Football 25 by EA Orlando. Flight Simulator 2024 by Asobo Studio. NBA 2K25 by Visual Concepts. Neo Sprint by Headless Chicken Games. And the Boss Key goes to EA Sports College Football 25 by EA Orlando.
What's up, everybody? This is Brody and Nick from WASD and Beyond podcast. We are a podcast that focuses mainly on video games, but we do a little bit of pop culture. We release one episode every Friday, and we would greatly appreciate if you would check that out. But today we are here celebrating video games and Boss Rush and the community. We've known Boss Rush for quite some time now, I think going on about 6 years. I met them pretty much through Twitter, kind of stumbled across Corey by pure happenstance and have been good friends with him since.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to bump into Boss Rush on Twitter as well. WASD and Beyond had just started at that point, and I believe Boss Rush, Nintendo Pow Block, and I think Ed. Those were the three accounts I first saw that popped up on WASD and Beyond's likes and follows, and I was like, cool. And then it was just from there we all became really good friends, and it was just awesome. we grew our own community, merged communities, and we've just been friends ever since.
It's really been an awesome ride. It's great seeing these guys grow and do all sorts of cool things. And I mean, now we're doing an awards show and presenting a close category for us, I would say. This is something that we care deeply about. And so we're thrilled to present the Boss Key for Best Shooter at the 2024 Bossies.
A great shooter delivers the thrill of being the action hero through responsive controls, engaging combat, and smart design. It boasts a well-balanced arsenal where every weapon and tool feels distinct and impactful, paired with immersive storytelling brought to life through polished visuals, explosive sound, and for us PC nerds, high frame rates. Yeah, pretty much. Multiplayer extends the excitement beyond the campaign, demanding smart teamwork and creating competition with both friends and other players across the world. Add in new maps, unique skins, and new content updates. These games always keep us coming back for more.
Let's take a look at the nominees for Best Shooter.
Warmth of the sun on my face.
Destiny 2: The Final Shape.
And around every corner.
Stalker 2: Heart of Chernobyl by GSC Game World. Wizardom by Emberheart Games. Helldivers 2 by Arrowhead.
They would kill each
Call of Duty Black Ops 6 by Raven Software and Treyarch. And the boss key goes to...
Become a legend.
Helldivers 2.
Join the Helldivers, the galaxy's last line of offense.
Hello, folks. My name is Chris, and I'm here representing the Franchise Festival podcast. We're a book club style show where we go through the development, gameplay, and story of individual entries in a historically significant video game franchise each season. Today, I'd like to tell you about my 3 favorite games of 2024. First up is UFO 50, which is a collection of 50 small games designed in the style of 1980s console titles, but without any of the friction that you normally associate with games from that era. Second is Astrobot, a PlayStation exclusive, where you control an adorable robot named Astro as you go through Mario Galaxy-inspired 3D platformer stages, and rescue other adorable little robots dressed up as characters from the last 30 years of PlayStation history. Finally, I'd recommend Balatro, which is a deck-building roguelike that uses poker as the structure, but doesn't require much familiarity with the actual game of poker to play. I've played it for about 200 hours on my Switch, and expect to be playing it for years to come. If you'd like to hear more from me, you can visit patreon.com/franchisefestival or type Franchise Festival into your preferred podcast app. You can hear us talking about series like The Legend of Zelda, Resident Evil, Mega Man, and in 2025, BioWare's Mass Effect. We'd love to have you along for the ride, folks. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Clint with Spreading the Nerd, reporting in for the 2024 Bossies and my favorite games of the year. This was a tough one. There were so many good games this year. I'm mostly into RPGs more than anything, so this was the year of RPGs for sure. It's going to be my first one, and most likely my game of the year overall is going to be Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth. This one hit me by surprise. I like the Yakuza Like a Dragon games anyways, but man, this one was just so much fun. There was some things that could have been better from technical standpoints or whatever, but the story was really good. Side characters were fleshed out so well for this style of RPG. The over-the-top character classes and stuff really blew me away, and just the fun factor of the mini games, boss fights, just everything. I loved that game more than I should have. Yeah, so that's probably going to be my game of the year. And keeping with the RPGs, and which I thought was going to be a shoo-in for game of the year for me with like no competition. Second on my list is going to be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I know for a lot of people, Final Fantasy VII is near and dear to their hearts, and especially me. I grew up with it. It was one of my first Final Fantasy games, one of the first games I played on the PlayStation, and it's stuck with me ever since. So being able to replay these completely updated has been phenomenal for me. The music, the characters, the retelling of the story with added stuff. The only thing that kept this one back from me from being like super amazing was the side quests. Actually, I did not like many of them, and the pacing was just really, really off for me. But nonetheless, a fantastic game that I'm not ashamed. I got a little teary-eyed at the ending. Can't wait for the third one. Third on the list, and just to mix it up from one extreme to another, probably Space Marine 2. I love shooters as well, and that was just a phenomenal shooter. It felt so good. It played so good. You really felt like the guns, the impacts of the fighting. The story was well done. Graphics were top tier. Sound effects were great. The multiplayer was so much fun. I can't wait to delve into it more. I've been so busy with the 500 other games we all got this year. So Some honorable mentions real quick, because there are so many. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown that came out at the beginning of this year. I'm not usually into Metroidvania style games, and that was one of the first games I played this year. I completed it, and it kind of brought back my love for Metroidvanias. So that's definitely up there. Terrible that studio closed, but anyways, that's a whole different subject before I get into that. And then Dragon Age Veilguard. I was looking forward to this game. It could have made it to the top 3. I just haven't had time to finish it. I'm only in it about 20 hours, but I'm loving it. I love what they did with the combat, the story, everything like that. So yeah, that's my list, everyone. Also, a huge shout out to everyone in the community at Boss Rush. You folks had me on for a couple episodes and segments, and it was right at the start of me starting my podcast. So it kind of got me out of my shell. So a huge thank you to everyone that's involved at Boss Rush and the community. And I hope to see you folks some more. Have a good one. Thanks.
Hello, Boss Rush fam. I'm Sarah Schaffstall, co-founder and marketing director for Astral Clocktower Studios, the indie developers behind your favorite feline-themed adventure, Kristalla. Kristalla is a dark fantasy action RPG featuring Sekiro-inspired combat, acrobatic parkour, and tons of stealth and exploration to uncover a detailed story. You play as a magic-wielding feline warrior from one of 6 clans, each with its own unique magic specialty. Your goal? Master the ancient magics of the Sacred 6 crystals as you gradually unravel the source of a dark and mysterious curse. Kristalla is currently in early access on Steam and releasing in 7 thrilling, action-packed chapters. Our second installment just launched in October and introduces both the spell tree for our Ice Magic clan and the spooky gameplay levels for our beloved Necromancy clan. Sink your claws into the trailer for Chapter 2 to see all the magic of Kristalla in action. If you like what you've seen so far of Kristalla, stay tuned for a major new update dropping in just a few short weeks. And don't miss our 3rd chapter coming to Steam in early March. Both our free demo and early access release are available right now. As a huge lover of ARPGs and action-adventure titles, I'm incredibly thrilled to present the award for Best Action Game at the 2024 Bossies. Great action games captivate players with thrilling, fast-paced gameplay, responsive controls, fluid combat, and challenges that push reflexes and strategy to the limit. Games like Dark Souls and Elden Ring elevate the genre with methodical, high-stakes combat, intricate world-building, and precise mechanics that reward both patience and mastery. On the other hand, stylish action titles like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, and Stellar Blade deliver high-energy, combo-driven combat with cinematic flair, featuring flashy moves, jaw-dropping set pieces, and unforgettable characters. Whether through the punishing intensity of Souls-like design or the dazzling spectacle of stylish action, the best action games offer an unparalleled rush for fans of the genre. Without further ado, here are the nominations for Best Action Game. Astrobot by Team Asobi. Helldivers 2 by Arrowhead. Black Myth Wukong by Game Science. Stellar Blade by Shift Up.
This is my battle.
Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2 by Saber Interactive. And the boss key goes to Helldivers 2 by Arrowhead.
Become a legend.
It's truly been an honor to collaborate with the Boss Rush family, and we're incredibly honored to be able to support the Boss Rush community, team, and network, as well as exciting gaming initiatives like the Bossies.
Good evening. I'm Chris Force Davis. I'm the founder of the Black Gamer League. And the Black Gamer League is a networking community that I thought of as my brainchild. I wanted to connect more Black, African American, people of color together, because I feel as though when we are moving throughout the game industry, everyone needs support. And, unfortunately, we do not necessarily always have support in all spaces. So I wanted to make sure that the people that look like me had a place to go, connect, and grow together. So I am super appreciative of being a part of this event tonight, because Boss Rush has been a part of my journey, really from the beginning. One of my very first interviews where I was able to speak about what the Black Gamer League was on the Boss Rush podcast. And since then, I've been in connection with Corey and the crew, and I've loved everything they've been doing to represent gaming, to give people like me a platform. And I am very much so honored to be here tonight. So I'm thrilled to be presenting the Boss Key for Best Action Adventure Game at the 2024 Bossies. A great action game captivates players with an engaging story and memorable characters that allow us as players to join them on their journeys. It offers exciting combat, challenging puzzles, and opportunity for exploration, encouraging players to uncover hidden secrets and tackle various challenges. Well-designed environments spark curiosity and invite discovery, while smooth controls and engaging progress systems enhance the overall experience. Together, these elements make for a thrilling adventure that keeps us on edge and on our seats until the credits roll. That's what gaming is all about. I'm honored to be here. The nominees for Best Action Adventure Game are Batman, Arkham Shadow by Camouflage, Indiana Jones, The Great Circle by Machine Games, Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown by Ubisoft, The Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom by Grezzo, Senua Saga, Hellblade 2 by Ninja Theory. And the boss key goes to...
Right now I'm looking into the disappearance of my sister, and I believe Emmerich Boss is responsible. So
Indiana Jones, The Great Circle by Machine Games,
boss certainly does. He believes it'll secure his place in history. I'll have to study it some more.
A circle must be complete to what? There's always a trigger.
A great narrative-driven game or visual novel draws players into an unforgettable story, leaving a lasting emotional impact. With relatable characters, rich settings, and themes like love, loss, or morality, it creates a world that feels alive. Stunning visuals, engaging dialogue, and a moving soundtrack brings the story to life. Unlike other mediums, games make the players active participants, where every choice and action shapes the narrative. This unique interactivity not only deepens immersion, but also makes the story personal, offering an emotional and dynamic way to experience storytelling. Here are the nominees for Best Narrative-Driven Game or Visual Novel. Farewell North by Kyle Banks and Moon Eye Studios. Until Then by Polychroma. 1000 Times Resist by Sunset Visitor. Another Code Recollection by Arc System Works and Nintendo. Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth by Capcom. And the boss key goes to
For a future far from sin or incineration.
1000 Times Resist by Sunset Visitor.
Just flowers in a garden of her making. Soon will grow beautiful.
Hey, what's up, everyone? It's the 2024 Boss Rush Games of the Year, the Bossies. I'm just really honored to be a part of it, just a small part that I play, and be a part of the community that everyone's built here. And so I'm here to give you my top 5 games I can count of the 2024. I didn't play everything. There's a lot I haven't got to. Metaphor Fantasia right at the top. But these are the 5 games that I think, personally for me, were the best. I'm going to go with number 5, Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2, I don't play games like that. I don't play games that keep you online, keep you going, and I still don't, because I don't really play Helldivers 2 right now. But at the time that I did, I really enjoyed it. It got me playing with my friends again. It got me to just enjoy stupid gaming. Like, it's just the game doesn't even make sense half the time, but it's just really fun. I haven't played a game where it's just like, all right, we're gonna go in, we're just not gonna know what's gonna happen. There's no set story. It's the lore is ridiculous. They're still sending me crazy stuff on Twitter and through my email saying I need a list or whatever. I ain't doing that. I've been skipping out, but I gotta say that it was really enjoyable for the time that I did play it. And if we all just had more time, maybe I would keep playing it. Number 4, I'm going to give to, and I'm probably going to butcher this, Tales of Kinzara. I got to say, I'm not real big on Metroidvanias, but I had to give this one a shot just from the discourse going around, everyone being stupid and crazy about it. Let me tell you, this game rules. This game is awesome. It's really easy to play. Like, it's smooth like butter. And it's got a real story. You know, it's not like one of these things where I got to go on Reddit and be like, oh, what is the toad and the frog and the pond, but the pond is deaf and all this stuff. No, I don't need all that. Just give me a straightforward story. I really like that about this game. Straight from the heart. No, like, I gotta think with my mind about what's going on here. Nothing like that. This is ridiculous. I don't know why I'm even doing this. Number three, College Football 25 listen, this might have been my number one. It was my number one most played game of this year, but I'm angry at it right now for many reasons. But I gotta say, it's the game I've been wanting for a long time. Just let me play college football with my friends. Got all my brothers back into playing games with each other. Just a real good time, except, I took things too seriously. And I promise, if you see up here, there's a broken ceiling fan. That was not from the game. I swear, it was not from the game. I just tripped. Number two, I was real tempted to put Balatro as my number one because of the cult, but I can't do it. It's number two this year. I mean, it is a roguelike card game. What else do I need to know? Slay the Spire, golden. Inscription, even better. But Balatro, man. Balatro's took over my life. I bought it on PlayStation. I bought it on the Switch. I bought it on Xbox. I bought it on my PC. I don't even play PC. I bought it on my iPad. I bought it on my iPhone. I bought it on the fridge. Actually, I don't have one of those fridges. I got a cheap fridge. It's got nothing in it. But it's incredible. You have to play Balatro. If you haven't played Balatro, what are you doing? Like, seriously, what are you doing? What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? Number one, Astrobot. It's number one. I grew up a PlayStation kid from PS1 all the way up. That was like a non-stop just love for Balatro. See, Balatro's taken over already. Astrobot, number one, PlayStation love galore. It's just beautiful. And the platforming, yeah, it's easy. It's an easy game, but it's a beautiful game. And that's all I really care about. I'm getting old. I don't have time to be good. I don't have time to play Cuphead anymore. Give me more easy platforming games. Give me more easy games. I don't even care. Astrobot, number one. Those are my top 5. Boss Rush, I love you. 2024 was great. I can't wait to see what y'all do in 2025. And yes, I will be on as many episodes as I possibly can. But I promise to be on more this year. I'm not going to make that promise, but I will be on more this year. See ya.
Hey folks, what's going on? Justin Masson here with Nintendo Dads. Hey, hi, how are you? Nice to be here. Big thanks to the Boss Rush Network for inviting me on, and I want to share with you what my favorite 3 games are of 2024. And man, it's been an interesting year for Nintendo, no doubt. We've got the Switch 2 on the horizon. We can see the sun rising on it. There's so many rumors, speculation, and I don't think Nintendo really understood what they probably had to do in 2024, so it was a very mixed bag. But I've got 3 of my favorite games and experiences that I'm going to share with you. Number 1 actually started the year off strong, which is Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. This game has been running through my brain since I played it in January, and then the DLC came out, and if you have missed this game or forgotten about it, I can guarantee you it's on sale right now. You should check it out. Such a fantastic game. Then, another game that really stood out for me, Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Are you kidding me right now? What if you take like Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, smash it in to like a Link to the Past kind of 2D isometric Zelda game focused on Zelda? Boom. That was such an incredible experience, and I loved every single moment of playing it. That was the quintessential Nintendo magic that we love to see. And rounding it off, my other favorite moments of playing video games, my favorite game, it's got to be Super Mario Party Jamboree. Of course it does. Probably the best Mario Party. Well, definitely on the Switch. I would argue probably the best Mario Party ever. I think Nintendo did everything right with this game. The online functionality, the boards, the games, all of the sort of ability to build your own experience, I thought was absolutely critical. This was actually a game that we gave out to our friends during the holiday season so we could play online with them. And so such a fantastic, fantastic game, which we absolutely, absolutely loved. Speaking of like incredible experiences, I'm going to give a couple shout outs for incredible experiences that we had this year. Nintendo Dad celebrated 10 years and 500 episodes of our podcast. That was such a cool experience for us. We got to share that with our community. We had some content creators share their experiences with us as well. And we're so excited for 2025 and all the amazing games and console launches and the hype and the excitement and the engagement of our community. So we're greatly excited for that. That has been 2024. Hey, if you would like, feel free to follow us, Nintendo Dads. Literally just type in Nintendo Dads, and we're on Instagram, Facebook, X. We're on TikTok, and I don't understand why. All of those places. But Nintendo Dads, we've got a podcast. You can find that as well. Big thanks to the Boss Rush Network, Corey, the whole team over there, for having us over for your award ceremony. It's awesome to be invited. We love connecting with fellow content creators. So thanks for including us. We appreciate it. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kate Sanchez, editor-in-chief and co-founder of ButWhyThough.net. And I am really excited to be a part of the 2024 Bossies here today, presenting the Boss Key for Best Role-Playing Game. It's fantastic to see what Corey's been able to build over here at Boss Rush Media, and I'm just excited to be a part of it in this amazing community. So, without further ado, we all know that 2024 was an incredible year for RPGs, delivering epic adventures with rich storytelling and immersive worlds that have captivated us. This year introduced brand new stories like Metaphor Fantasio, expanded beloved franchises with Visions of Mana, and continued to reimagine a true classic with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. These games struck the perfect balance between challenge and accessibility, rewarded curiosity, and made our choices feel meaningful, ultimately delivering experiences that were personal, impactful, and unforgettable. It's clear we're living in a new golden era for RPGs, and I, for one, am excited to be here. Here are the nominations for Best Role-Playing Game.
Vulture's last grasp at power. The tournament for the
Metaphor Fantasio by Studio Zero and Atlas.
Our first trial is to slay a monster.
It's the precious
Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth by RGG Studio.
For this, Kasuga. Let's do this.
Dragon Age The Veilguard by BioWare.
Times in which legends are born or slain.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth by Creative Business Unit 1 and Square Enix.
Sometimes.
Visions of Mana by Aoka Studios and Square Enix. And the Boss Key goes to... Metaphor Fantasio by Studio Zero and Atlas.
You're in this race to become king, are you?
Not exactly.
I'd treat all tribes equally.
Each ally of a different tribe. Fascinating.
The atmosphere, the tension, the looming threat? No, we're not talking about your grandparents' creepy basement, but one of our favorite genres here at Boss Rush, horror. Great horror games mix eerie visuals, unsettling sound, immersive storytelling, and sometimes unusual camera angles to create a constant sense of fear and unease. They keep us on edge by limiting resources, throwing in unpredictable enemies, and using silence to make every sound feel important. While some rely on one-liners, gore, or jump scares, the best horror games tap into our deepest fears, whether psychological or supernatural. It's this combination of fear, suspense, and surprise that makes horror games so gripping, leaving us terrified yet wanting more. It's time to present the nominees for Best Horror Game of 2024. Crow Country by SFB Games. Silent Hill 2 Remake by Bloober Team. Fear of the Spotlight by Cozy Game Pals.
I'm happy here.
Silent Hill: A Short Message by Hexadrive. Still Wakes the Deep by the Chinese Room. And the boss key goes to
Stay with me. Don't leave me alone again. You're supposed to take care of me.
I know what you are. I know why I needed you. But it's all over now. I don't need you anymore.
As we've seen, each genre brings something truly special to the world of gaming. Whether it's speed running, those hard levels in Astrobot, the relationship building of Final Fantasy, or the competition of college football, these games showcase the incredible amount of creativity and diversity that games have to offer. The evolution of genres reflects how gaming continues to grow, offering unique ways to connect with us.
Though the line between genres may blur, their importance remains undeniable, each offering distinct experiences that resonate with gamers in powerful ways. Congratulations to the winners for setting new standards and pushing boundaries, reminding us all why we love gaming in all its forms.
What's up, guys? Just want to take a minute and stop by and tell you how much the TCP community and the podcast means to me. I found some lifelong friends in a game that's my favorite game. And with this community that you guys have built and with the podcast that you guys do, I've made some lifelong friends. I found my fire team in game and in life. And so in that regard, I want to say thanks. And I enjoy being in the community. I enjoy helping out. And you guys do an amazing job. We know that Josh gets a little negative sometimes and Corey's got to put him back in his spot. But I love it here. I love the community. I love what you guys are doing. Keep up the good work. Peace out.
Hi, I'm Safi.
And I'm Mystic.
And we're Lore Together, a husband and wife team that goes over all the storytelling, world building, and characters of video games because it's what we like to do together. We lore together. Yep. And thank you, Corey, for inviting us to help celebrate the Bossies. We're honored to be part of this network, and we're honored to join you this time where we talk about this past year of gaming for us, which is always interesting because
we are solidly in the past most of the time when it comes to gaming.
We did have some video game moments this year, so we're just going to talk about the top 5 episodes it was fun for us to record and then play in front of an audience.
Some are old games, some are new or new to this year.
Exactly. And with that, we are starting with the really weird with episode 108, Power Wash Simulator. So, if you don't know what we do in our podcast, we talk about, as I said before, world building, storytelling, and characters in video games. So you would not think Power Wash Simulator would fit that bill.
Yes, the most common comment we got was, this has a story?
Oh, not only does it have a story, it has the wildest story you could imagine.
It was definitely one of the slower streams we did. Like, the story is crazy, the story is great, but that gameplay is calming and relaxing.
Yeah, you're there for the ride, man. It's not until the end that it's a crazy, fast, wild ride. So, next, we actually covered the World of Mist and the Lord of Mist a lot this year. So, kind of clumped together our episodes that covered the Book of Tiana episodes 111 and 112, along with the episode that talked about the Riven remake, episode 117.
Yes. We have a lot of Myst fans in our regular stream viewers and in our Patreon supporters, and so it's always fun to have them kind of come in and offer stuff that we missed or info on things that I didn't even know about. So for our Book of Tiana stuff, we played Myst Online. Which, yes, there is a Myst MMO if you are not aware.
And it's still going strong
and it's still going strong. And then the Riven remake, where they just dropped a huge amount of new lore into a game from 97.
The expansion of the world and how the kind of weird metaphysics fantasy works in the Myst series within this Riven remake was outstanding to see. So always happy to go back to that world. Next was one that surprised me when we covered it, because most of the time Mystic does the research and I'm surprised. And I was really glad we got the opportunity to talk about Homeworld in episode 114. Mm-hmm. I don't play real-time strategy games, especially 3D. Real-time strategy games really messed me up. If you guys watched the live stream of that, it was pretty pathetic. But the story that we told was captivating in a way that I wish more video games embraced. Complicated, long histories coming together fruition to talk about bigger ideas, all when you're trying to go pew-pew with spaceships. It's insane.
Right. And it's kind of one of those classic stories of finding home.
Yes. Then, many of you longtime listeners will not be surprised to know that the Dragon Age episodes have made the list. We talked about the Veilguard trailer that came out was so exciting. I had to talk about all the companions, and it turned out I was right about stuff that the wiki was wrong about at the time, so I'm very proud of my research. So 115 we covered the companions themselves, and in 126 we talk about an Inquisition, the choices that carry over and how they should carry weight into Veilguard as you play through it, and I'll let people who actually finished it be the deciders of that. But I just love this world. I love coming back to it. I love the crazy twists and turns it takes on a lot of classic fantasy tropes and makes them unique and different and saying really intriguing things.
And as much as you like coming back to that one of my favorites has been getting back into Guild Wars in our recent episodes. I've had friends who listened to it who texted me afterwards or watched your stream of it when we played a Char, telling me that I want to get back into Guild Wars now. I forgot how much fun it is to play in this game.
It is, and even though it's got a lot of the classic MMO gameplay and structure in it, it's got a lot of interesting things it does with how you can build your character and how your character interacts with the world, giving you something that's, you know, in MMOs interestingly unique and individualized, yet at the same time kind of fostering a community feel of a bunch of individuals doing something grander together.
Yeah.
So those were the top 5 episodes we loved recording this year. And we're once again so honored to be part of the Boss Rush Network and to be invited to talk about it at the Bossies and celebrate all the great gaming in 2024. We will definitely be spending a lot of time diving into more fictional worlds in 2025. It's going to be a great time for that. Thanks for joining us. We hope that if you haven't yet given us a listen, give us a listen. And of course, as always, Boss Rush covering all the great new news, video games.
Yep.
After Dark's hilarious. And, you know, and we're just glad to call them, you know, not only fellow podcasters, but, you know, our friends.
Yep.
So,
thank you.
Thank you so much to 2025. Woo!
Yay.
You know, David, we made a lot of great strides this year in terms of unifying the team and really collaborating well with the podcast team and the writing team. And I think a lot of that had a lot to do with your great leadership on that side and us really collaborating.
Oh,
Same page. Likewise, the cross-team support this year made 2024 just a great year to be part of Boss Rush Network. We had a bunch of new hires join the team who, bring a lot of expertise from their various fields that they do when they're not with Boss Rush, and to see them jump in with both feet and volunteer to help with podcasting and writing new articles. We just had a lot of great output as a brand and as a community this year. And behind the scenes, we had a lot of great, pretty intense debates about, the medium and where storytelling's going. And it's just one of the things that I love about Boss Rush is how much, it's both professional and a family. So it was a great year. This year has been incredible for video games, showcasing creativity and innovation across the industry. Developers continued to amaze us with stunning visuals in games like Hellblade 2 and Final Fantasy, as well as with simple, elegant designs in Balatro and Animal Well. Their stories range from emotional, personal journeys to grand adventures, offering a wide variety of experiences. Developers continue to push the boundaries in how we immerse ourselves in these virtual worlds. They have continued to set new standards for what games can achieve, ensuring that the future of the industry is bright.
As we reflect on these achievements, it's time to highlight the games that define 2024. Across genres and platforms, these titles pushed boundaries, delighted players, and demonstrated why gaming continues to be one of the most exciting forms of entertainment. After recognizing standout games on each system, we'll unveil our top 10 titles of the year. These games weren't just entertaining, they inspired. They set new benchmarks, captured the hearts of players, and solidified their place as modern classics, leaving a lasting impact on the industry and its future. In 2024, we experienced some of the most iconic expansions ever, reshaping our favorite franchises that we've come to love over the years, and in some cases, across an entire decade. Expansions like the Final Shape in Destiny 2, Dawn Trail in Final Fantasy XIV, Shadow of the Erdtree in Elden Ring, and Vessel of Hatred in Diablo 4 set new standards for storytelling, challenging quest lines, and new spaces to explore. Smaller DLCs like Night Springs in Alan Wake 2 and The Rising Tide in Final Fantasy XVI also redefined how we view the worlds we immerse ourselves in and the characters we love. These expansions demonstrated how developers, when given time, can use expansions to keep our favorite games alive, evolving, and keep us connected for years to come. Here are the nominees for Best DLC or Expansion. Shadow of the Erdtree, Elden Ring. Night Springs, Alan Wake 2. Dawn Trail, Final Fantasy XIV Online. The Final Shape, Destiny 2. Vessel of Hatred, Diablo 4.
No. Of course it's you.
And the boss key goes to Shadow of the Erdtree, Elden Ring.
A purge without grace or honor. The tyranny of Messmer's flame.
Let's face it, as gaming enthusiasts, we're always chasing the latest and greatest hardware for top-tier performance, portability, with a thrill of revolutionary graphics and gameplay. 2024 gaming hardware delivered on all fronts. The MetaQuest 3 introduced enhanced performance, a slimmer design, and immersive mixed reality with color pass-through cameras. Asus unveiled the ROG Ally X, elevating portability with upgraded RAM and longer battery life. Valve launched the beautiful OLED Steam Deck White Limited Edition featuring a sleek new color scheme to complement its stunning screen. Sony's PlayStation 5 Pro, the system that was all of the talk, set new standards with higher fidelity graphics, smoother than smooth frame rates, and advanced ray tracing. Meanwhile, the Analog Pocket came out of nowhere and continued to delight retro gaming fans with its flawless emulation of classic handheld games. These incredible innovations redefined gaming across all platforms. And now, here are the nominees for the best new hardware. MetaQuest 3, ROG Ally X, OLED Steam Deck White Limited Edition, PlayStation 5 Pro console, and the boss key goes to OLED Steam Deck White Limited Edition.
Collector's Edition consoles combine iconic designs with gaming history that make them must-haves for the hardcore fans. The PlayStation 30th Anniversary console pays tribute to decades of gaming innovation, while the Zelda Gold Switch Lite captures the magic of Hyrule in a way only Nintendo knows how. Meanwhile, the Steam Deck OLED console upgrades the handheld with a sleek white design appealing to players who want cutting-edge tech in a collector's item. Here are the nominees for the Best Collector's Edition console of 2024. PlayStation 30th Anniversary PS5, PS5 Pro. Nintendo Switch Lite, Zelda Edition. Steam Deck OLED, White. Galaxy Edition Xbox Series X. Analog Pocket Translucent Colors Edition. And the boss key goes to PlayStation 30th Anniversary PS5, PS5 Pro.
A great game developer, whether from a major AAA studio or an independent creator working solo, combines creativity, technical skill, and a deep passion for their craft. They design experiences that connect with us as players, offering engaging gameplay, imaginative worlds, and immersive stories. The best developers pay attention to the details, continuously innovating while staying true to the core of the game. They find creative solutions to challenges and refine their work to create something extraordinary. Driven by a love for gaming, they aim to craft experiences that are not only fun and meaningful, but in many cases, truly unforgettable. These are the nominees for Developer of the Year. Team Asobi.
Get things set up and ready to go.
Capcom. Local Thunk.
I could never pose a threat to
Atlas.
Moira on my own.
This could be just the excuse we need to get close to
Whatever
Louise.
happens,
Square
I'm
Enix.
here for you. Is to stay here and keep making memories with you, Val.
And the boss key goes to Atlas.
As gamers, we always look ahead, eagerly anticipating the next wave of exciting titles, groundbreaking hardware, and new experiences. Each year holds the promise of new adventures, whether through immersive storytelling, memorable characters, or innovative gameplay. We follow the announcements, trailers, showcases, and reveals with anticipation, imagining these incredible new worlds we'll soon explore. The joy of discovering something new and unexpected keeps our love for gaming alive, as every trip around the sun offers the chance to embark on these new journeys. Here are the nominees for the most anticipated games of 2025. Ghost of Yote by Sucker Punch. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond by Retro Studios. Assassin's Creed Shadows by Ubisoft. Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition by Monolith Soft. Monster Hunter Wilds by Capcom. And the boss key goes to Ghost of Yote by Sucker Punch.
Indie games are the spice of video game life, and this sector of the industry has taken off in the last decade. Thanks to the brilliant minds behind independent developers, we are able to experience unique gameplay, art styles, and underrepresented themes that many AAA titles with an unfathomable budget are unable to accomplish. Part of our mission here at Boss Rush is to spread the word of these indie games so more people can enjoy these unforgettable experiences. 2024 was another jam-packed year for indie games. It was a true challenge just picking 5 nominees. The nominees for Best Indie Game are Animal Well by Billy Basso and Shared Memory, Balatro by Local Thunk, Gory, Cuddly Carnage by Angry Demon Studio, Neva by Nomada Studio, UFO 50 by Mossmouth, and the boss key goes to Balatro by Local Thunk.
For 30 years, PlayStation has been at the forefront of the gaming industry, continuously pushing technological boundaries and revolutionizing storytelling. As they celebrate their 30th anniversary, PlayStation has solidified its place as the gold standard for immersive, unforgettable gaming experiences. Iconic franchises like The Last of Us, God of War, Uncharted, and Horizon highlight PlayStation's commitment to narrative depth, emotional resonance, and cutting-edge visuals. This year, PlayStation continued to break new ground, forging strong partnerships and delivering a diverse range of titles that brought us together in whole new ways with the whimsical platformer Astrobot, the multiplayer sensation Helldivers 2, and a creative collaboration with LEGO in LEGO Horizon Adventures. PlayStation's innovation and creativity continue to set the bar for interactive storytelling, shaping the future of the gaming landscape. Here are the nominees for Best PlayStation Game of 2024. Astrobot by Team Asobi. Helldivers 2 by Arrowhead.
Ultimate weaponry.
There will be consequences.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth by Creative Business Unit 3 and Square Enix.
Hey, get a room. Your own little Mary.
Silent Hill 2 by Bloober Team.
It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all.
Black Myth Wukong by Game Science. And the boss key goes to Astrobot by Team Asobi.
It hasn't exactly been the smoothest, most linear journey for Xbox this generation, to say the least, but we've still been on some incredibly special journeys. This year, Xbox and their partners took us all over, whether it be the 1990s on the run with a team of rogue operatives, soaring over the skies of the Pacific Northwest, or exploring exotic locals as a beloved archaeologist. They put us back in the mind of Senua, sent us out among groups of stalkers, and delivered a strong holiday slate at a desperately needed time. And the nominees for Best Xbox Game of the Year are Call of Duty Black Ops 6 by Raven Software and Treyarch. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 by Asobo Studio. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle by Machine Games.
That's what scares me.
Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl by GSC Game World. Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 by Ninja Theory. And the boss key goes to
Circle must be complete to what? There's always a trick.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle by Machine Games.
Good luck, Indy.
"2024 was a great year for gamers and Nintendo fans. With some exciting first-party releases this year, these 5 games represent some of the best titles Nintendo fans and players worldwide got to experience. Here are the nominees for Best Nintendo Game. Mario vs. Donkey Kong by Nintendo. The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom by Grezza. Mario and Luigi Brothership by Acquire. Nintendo World Championships NES Edition by Nintendo. Paper Mario, the 1000-Year Door remake by Intelligent Systems. And the boss key goes to The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom by Grezza.
We're incredibly grateful to celebrate these developers across all platforms for sharing their visions, dedication, and stories with us. While we can't recognize every developer tonight, we know they've poured just as much passion into their games.
The excitement and anticipation for celebrating all of our favorite games and entertainment this year have finally brought us to this point. We want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the talented developers around the world for sharing their visions, passions, and stories. We hope that those who lost their jobs this past year find their way to new ones so that they may create something new and exciting.
Many of us initially thought that 2024 would be a year filled with backlogs, but we were pleasantly surprised by the outstanding releases and the frequency with which they arrived. From AAA action titles to exceptional indie games created by solo developers, we have been treated to an impressive array of standout games that have truly defined this year.
So without further ado, here are the top 10 games of 2024 as voted on by the Boss Rush community, as well as the 2024 Game of the Year for Boss Rush Media.
Black Myth Wukong by Game Science.
Silent Hill 2 by Bloober Team.
The name on the envelope said Mary.
Helldivers 2 by Arrowhead.
Animal Well by Billy Basso and Shared Memory LLC.
Cinema Saga Hellblade 2 by Ninja Theory.
I won't stop fighting for them.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle by Machine Games.
Good luck, Indy.
I've been
Metaphor ReFantazio by Studio Zero and
We can make our
Atlas.
kingdom like the place in this book.
A world with no need for that abstract.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth by Creative Business Unit 1 and Square Enix.
Could it be
Astrobot by Team Asobi.
And the big boss key goes to Elatro by Local Thunk.
We hope you enjoyed the 2024 Bossies, a celebration of video games. We strive to create a community event where fans truly recognize the great developers from around the world.
We thought 2024 would be our backlog year, but we couldn't have been more wrong. One incredible release after another. From massive AAA titles to single developer indies, we were kept engaged all year long.
We can't forget the incredible entertainment of 2024, from superheroes to shoguns, anime to adaptations. These stories delivered some of the most memorable moments in years, showcasing creativity, strong performances, and compelling narratives that kept us on the edge of our seats.
This has been a year of great storytelling, epic adventures, and creative ideas that have taken gaming to new heights.
We're incredibly grateful to celebrate these developers across all platforms for sharing their visions, dedication, and stories with us. While we can't recognize every developer tonight, we know they've poured just as much passion into their games.
These developers have played a key role in forming lifelong friendships, with their games allowing us to vanquish powerful enemies, overcome tough challenges, and celebrate victories together. These shared experiences have strengthened our bonds, turning every win into a collective achievement, regardless of what type of gamer you are.
Gaming is for everyone. These awards may go to single entities, but that does not take the shine off the greater whole that is the art form of video games.
Games are a passion we all share.
And the community we've built surrounding these games has brought us all together.
We want to thank all our friends, colleagues, creators, and developers for making this possible. Your inspiration keeps our creative spark alive, and we couldn't have done this without you.
We're grateful to our fans and patrons who watch or listen to us every week, and to our families for putting up with late nights and passionate discussions. Your support means the world to us.
We'd also like to thank our amazing team of writers for their hard work and dedication, which has helped bring us to where we are today.
From all of us here at Boss Rush Media and the Boss Rush Network, thank you so much for watching the 2024 Bossies, a celebration of video games. And until next year,
be you.
Be more.
Play games.
Be better.
We are Boss Rush.
We are Boss Rush.
We are Boss Rush.
We are Boss Rush.
We all are Boss Rush. Good night, everybody.
If you want to see how you can become a Patreon producer, head on over to patreon.com/BossRushNetwork. The Patreon producers for this month are Adriel Munger, Austin Campbell, Celeste Roberts, Christian S., Sana Dierig, Francisco Santillan, Matthew Keel, and Todd Oxtra. Thanks for your continued support of the Boss Rush Network.